And we'd like to welcome everyone to our City Council meeting of the afternoon session, December 15th. Thank you for the privilege of your time and for you joining us. Before we get into calling us to order officially, I'm going to ask, is it going to be Nat or Clementine, to talk to the folks. We're all pretty used to the routine now, to the drill. During COVID-19, how can you participate and how can you watch these meetings? Now, they're going to be giving some information, and if it sounds a little overwhelming, it's not, because it will be on the screen. And anytime that you want, anyone who's watching, get on the city's notification list, and you can get emails, various boards, commissions, and city council meetings. And on the agendas, it tells you how to access the meetings. That's probably the easiest way. So with that, Nat, are you going to do the introduction, please?
Yes, I will do the introduction, and we'll go ahead and get started. So first off, that we want to announce that there are two ways to participate in city council meetings. The first is to join directly on the Zoom Gov process using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device. And the second method is to call into the meeting by telephone. The easiest way to join, and what we recommend, is joining through the Zoom app because there is no lag time. To join the meeting on Zoom on your computer, smartphone, or telephone, you can use the link or the phone number that's listed on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. Since the meeting has already started, you'll find that under the Recent tab. To join by telephone, you can dial toll-free 833-568-8864, then enter meeting ID number 160-772-9333 £. And then when you're prompted to enter a participant ID, you can then press pound one more time. Zoom's toll-free number should be working. The detailed instructions on how to use Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. So here's how you can make a public comment. If you're using the Zoom app, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. Now, if you're dialed by phone, please raise your hand by pressing *9. And then after that, unmute yourself by dialing *6. You must do both. Public commenters will be muted until it's their turn to speak. We ask that all public commenters turn off all television or computer speakers or go to another room while connected by phone, because any background noise will cause interference with the broadcast. I'll be calling on each public speaker in the order of their hands raised. The mayor has designated a 3-minute time limit for today's meeting with a countdown timer that will show on the screen. If you're connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. We ask that you please stay within your time limit so that we don't have to cut you off. This meeting is also being streamed live at youtube.com/City of Monterey with a 10-second delay, and also on Comcast Channel 25, which has about 90-second delay. If you are planning to make a public comment, please join using the Zoom app or by telephone so that you can join in time to accommodate any delay that might occur. As always, we look forward to receiving public comment. Back to you, Mayor.
Oh, good. That was our courteous Assistant City Manager who shared that with us. So we will call the meeting to order. And I'm going to ask our very competent Clementine to introduce the Caring City Council, please.
Yes, Councilmember Albert.
Here.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Williamson.
Here.
And Mayor Roberson.
Yes, and I'm here as well. And of course, we welcome all of our wonderful staff members who will be introducing to you as our meeting goes along. And the first item are presentations. And this is always such an honor to have this on our agenda, to recognize employees of the City of Monterey, retirees, people who have been dedicated to the city for so many years. And I know after we make a presentation, I think each of our council members will probably have a brief word of appreciation to you. So we'll do that momentarily, but first I want to turn it over to our dedicated city manager, Hans Uslar.
Mr. Mayor, is there a reason why you didn't give me a C as an attribute?
Well, I had coruscated,
Uh-huh.
but that one we'd have to look up because I forget what it means.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for introducing this presentation tonight. As you stated, we will be honoring employees who are retiring, but also employees who are celebrating significant employment anniversaries for the city of Monterey. And we always say it when we talk about the budget, and people keep asking us about the number of employees we have and the percentage of budget that goes to our personnel. And we always say that at the core of our services are people, are our employees that are providing services to the public. And we provide those services on a multitude of levels, even through the pandemic. And I thought about what I would say this morning and what I would say this afternoon, and I was thinking about, well, if you live and are born in the city of Monterey, you in all likelihood start somehow with a preschool program that we have in the city of Monterey, and you graduate to various programs. You might even learn how to swim in the sports center. Whispering Pines is a day camp, and then if you mature enough, you go to Camp Kinsabe, and while you are at various schools, you inadvertently, or you always will visit the fire station where you see our firefighters showing proudly their equipment. And then when you grow older and you have a driving license, chances are that you will stop by and pay a parking ticket. And going on and on and on. We are at the intersection of so many lives, and people expect great services. They expect us to roll out when they see a pothole. They expect when they punch 911 that the police shows up or the fire department shows up to provide help. And I'm so proud of being part of that team. The employees are at our core, and all of our employees know that we are here to serve the public. And I always remind our team that first and foremost, we are public servants. And when I say that sentence to our employees, my second sentence always is that I expect from every employee to make it happen. Instead of saying the easy one, we cannot do that, I want our employees to constantly find a legal way to make it happen for our employees. And I'm so glad that this is an attitude that we all inherited from previous generations of employees, and we will continue this tradition. And the employees that are celebrating today their retirement, that are also being honored on their days or on their anniversary, are representing just that. They are representing that service attitude, and I cannot be prouder of every single one of them, and I'm sure that the council will acknowledge that as well. Our agenda report mentions quite a number of employees that are retiring today. As a matter of fact, the agenda report just mentioned those that have agreed to be publicly mentioned in that report. We have actually a total of 25 employees retiring this year, and we could have mentioned 25 employees in that report. And when you look at the list of those employees, every single one of them is a known person to me. Every single one of them I have memories with, and I can share stories about them. So we will say goodbye to them today and wish them well in their retirement. And the department heads, the fire chief, the police chief, public works director, and also our assistant city manager will mention some of those employees that wanted to be mentioned. And that includes also employees that are celebrating anniversaries. But allow me personally to say goodbye to Gilbert and Daniel in the conference center. Gilbert and Daniel, both guys that made it happen. Whenever you entered the conference center, there was Daniel who was cheerfully asking, "How can I help you?" and did the same attitude. So Gilbert also is retiring. Both of them, I wish very well. In parking, we are losing Erasmo Guerra, our street sweeper operator, who is sweeping the parking lots. And to sweep a parking lot is something different than driving up and down the street and hitting the curb and pushing the brooms against the curb. It's a different skill set, and Erasmo is retiring as well. Chris Singh is the youngest looking retiree, but he has also over 32 years of retirement there. And Chris, again, a great advisor to me when I started learning the ropes here in the city of Monterey. Fire Captain John Coniglia is here, and good to see you, John, and good to see your girlfriend as well as your dog. And I'm sure that for you, the chief has special words for you. Frank Russo, I recall certain things when he called me that I don't like to be called about, but Frank was always there to help. And Frank, again, the chief will mention you as well. Randy Malaspina is retiring from parking maintenance. Again, Randy is a guy who I met the first time in streets and public works, and then he became a key person who told me many tricks about parking. And again, he will be sorely missed. Paul Daucher in parks, again, one of those guys that make sure that our parks are looking appropriate. Paul also for many years drove the tractor on the beach when we cleaned the beach twice a week on, I believe it was Mondays and Fridays, and rode the tractor with a rake there. Big important work that nobody sees, because this work takes place in the early morning hours before the tourists come and enjoy the beach. So Paul Daucher, also all the best to you. And last but not least, Dennis Copeland, a wonderful historian, a wonderful manager who stepped up to the plate when we lost our department head and helped us out big time. So again, these are the folks that are mentioned as in retirement, and I wanted to personally thank those guys that are mentioned here on the agenda report. So many stories, so many good knowledge carriers that we are losing, and every single word of advice that you gave us, that you personally gave me over the years, trust me, I value it so much. So with that, for the anniversaries, of course, those guys have to stick it out with me for quite a while, and will continue doing so. I saved myself the words for them. Again, anniversaries are wonderful, and you have two people that reached 35 years of anniversary with the city. Again, this is Elmo in streets and Tom in parks. Tom Anea, who still looks 20 years younger than I do. So I don't know how he got the 35 years accumulated. Having said that, I'll punt it over now to the department heads. And the first one up is Chief Punholzer, and he will honor his teammate, Captain Caniglia.
Figures the phone rings right as I unmute, and it was a telemarketer of all things. So first, before I mention a few words about John, I also want to thank and honor a couple of 20-year anniversaries in the fire department. Captain Bobby Flood, Captain Pat Moore, and Assistant Chief Jim Courtney are all celebrating 20-year anniversaries, and I want to acknowledge that. That's a pretty significant milestone. John Caniglia is retiring. Actually, today is officially his last day as a city employee. Tomorrow is his first day as a retiree. And John is finishing up nearly 40 years of public safety service. He has been with the city of Monterey since actually on St. Patrick's Day in 1989 is when he started. But prior to that, he worked for 4.5 years with the Naval Postgraduate School Fire Department, which doesn't exist anymore because we provide services there now. And then even before that, I had the privilege of working with John on the local ambulance company called Peninsula Medics back when we were like 3 or 4 years old, I think, because otherwise we'd be really old. So it's a real privilege to be able to share a little bit about John here, since I have a long history with him. Like I said, he's been here for since 1989. He started working mostly in the downtown fire stations, and in 2004 he was promoted to fire engineer. And then one of the things that he did is he was part of the cadre of people we sent to Los Angeles City Fire Department to get trained on how to drive the ladder truck with the tiller seat. And he was a key person in that program for us. In 2014, I had the privilege of promoting John to fire captain, and he went to work in the City of Pacific Grove Fire Station and pretty much finished out his career there. He served on a variety of committees and managed a few programs, including the Safety Committee, the Apparatus Development Committee, and like I said, the aerial ladder truck driver instructor, and also the Safety Equipment Project Coordinator. So thank you, John, for those many years of service to the entire Monterey Peninsula and actually all over the state in various capacities. And you will be very much missed in the organization. One of the key things that you see with John is there's always a smile on his face. He's always got a positive attitude, and just sat with him the other day and chatted a little bit. And he still thinks this is the best career ever. And so it's good when you can retire with that thought. So thank you, John, for your time.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chief. Going right to the next chief, Chief Hobart, who will recognize 3 of his employees, please.
Thank you, Hans. And I just want to say congratulations to everybody who is reaching these milestones of 20, 25, 30 plus years. It's amazing. And thank you all for your service and your dedication and choosing careers that make a difference. And that's what we do in public safety. So I'm sorry, in any type of service to our community. But turning to public safety, I'll start with Frank Russo. Sergeant Russo, it actually shows that he had 29.8 years of service, but that doesn't give him credit for his assignment as a Monterey police cadet for a year, an intern for a year. And from there, he was a patrol officer for 6 years, a community services waterfront patrol officer for 4 years, a field training officer for 4 years, and a sergeant for 15 years. Frank actually retired in March 2020, right when all of this stuff happened with COVID. To talk about some of the things that Frank has done. In 1993, Frank responded to an apartment fire on Van Buren Street. The complex was heavily engulfed in flames, and Sergeant Russo developed information that an elderly woman was still inside. Frank entered the apartment complex, located the elderly woman, and escorted her to safety. In December of 2017, Sergeant Russo responded to a suicidal subject call, and upon searching for the subject, was shot at by the subject. Sergeant Russo was a supervisor during that officer-involved shooting and led his team of officers with courage and professionalism. Those are just 2 of the many highlights of Frank's career, and I'll say that it's great to see Frank on this Zoom meeting. I haven't seen him in a while, and Frank, you look great, and congratulations on your future. And then I'd like to point out, and I don't know if there are slides for Philip Bitter, a senior police services technician who is being recognized for 20 years of service. He was hired in December of 2000 as a police services technician, and in May of 2003 was promoted to a senior police services technician. So congratulations, Philip, on reaching that milestone of 20 years. I actually was walking out of the office one night, and Philip is currently assigned to the midnight shift and was letting me know that he had just met 20 years of service. So it's a great milestone, and we appreciate all of Philip's service. Next, turning to Robin Cosma, who is our police records and detention supervisor. And Robin will be retiring in February with 31 years of service. Robin was hired in 1990 as a police services technician, promoted in January of 1995 to senior police services technician. And then in June of 2004, was promoted to the one and only police records and detention supervisor, which means she supervises and manages all of our folks that are assigned as police service technicians, which run our records and jail here at the Monterey Police Department. So thank you to all three of them. And as Hans pointed out, there are others who didn't wish to be pointed out, but I thank all of those who have served at the Monterey Police Department, whether they were recognized today or not, for all of their service. And again, to everybody else who have reached these milestones. Hans?
Thank you, Chief Ober. Next one up is our Public Works Director, Steve Whittrey.
Thanks, Hans. Unfortunately for my department, they had the challenge of dealing with the public works director who was not as eloquent as either chief. So we'll go through this process and try to make it something that's noteworthy, but it's hard to follow those wonderful speakers. First one I want to bring up is Jared Balthrope. I can't speak. Jared, he's the electrician up at Presidio primarily. He's been here for quite a while, and he was actually one of the first folks who was up there when we took over the PMSA and started servicing the Army. Many of the folks up there at the Presidio look to Jared for advice. He's a real team player, and he's a woman who has a lot of knowledge and is willing to share his knowledge. Real joy to have him on our team. One of the best things about Jared, as I'm told from the staff up there, is he really knows how to barbecue some meat and smoke some meat. So when those events can be restored again, the team up there is really looking for him to be revitalizing that aspect of his teamwork up there. But Jared's a great guy. He's been here for 20 years. I want to thank him for his service for that. Actually wanted to go back. I don't know the order of the slides, but Erasmo, there he is. Oh, there you go. He retired recently, and Erasmo, he's one of the guys that we have here at the city who is part of the invisible army, as I like to call it. The vast majority of his career has been driving a nighttime shift, parking, sweeping, as Hans mentioned. These are the individuals, Erasmo's part of the group, that make Monterey what it is. We have a situation where people look to Monterey as a clean city, healthy city, vibrant city. These are the folks that make it that way. They do the unheralded work. It's driving a street sweeper and cleaning the facilities to make sure that they look presentable and wonderful for the next day. It's this kind of work that goes largely unnoticed. Erasmo was very timely, very great attendance. It's a real change of life to work the night shift, and it really is a tribute to his dedication to the city of Monterey that he was here for as long as he was. I want to thank him for that, ensuring the facilities were clean, ensuring that the folks coming the next day would have a wonderful visit to Monterey. So he's going to be missed on our team. What do we have next? Andrea Rennie, what can we say about Andrea? Actually, before I talk about Andrea here for half of a second, I just was thumbing through the list while the others were talking. And just on the list, as Hans mentioned, this is not everybody, but in the Public Works Department, just on this list here, there's over 325 years of individuals who have served in an anniversary process. It really is a statement to the dedication that folks have here for the city and the history and the dedication to the process and dedication. Andrea here in front of the sign of Pacific Street. Andrea's work here with the city she's going to leave a long mark on the city with her improvements to traffic circulation. You've seen many items that come to council with grant opportunities. She is a master of working the Caltrans grant programs and bringing those monies in and stretching those dollars here in Monterey. Really a great treasure to work with, and all around, she's a nice person as well. So we're really fortunate to have Andrea on our team for 20 years, and hopefully she's here for 20 more, as long as I'm here at least. So that'll be great. Andrea's just been a fantastic person to work with.
All right, thank you, Steve. And the next one is Angie, and Nat will honor Angie.
Great, thanks, Hans. So please join me in recognizing Angie Blake, our Assistant Director of Information Resources, for 20 years of outstanding service to the City of Monterey. You know, Angie is one of the hardest working members of our city team. She's knowledgeable, smart, has a very positive can-do attitude. She started with the city in October of 2000 as a network specialist and is responsible for technical support for the city's telecommunication system, among other things. You know, Monterey is a city of firsts, and Angie has a number of firsts too. She implemented the first comprehensive cell phone service for the city's workforce. Some of you may remember the old yellow Next telephones with the push-to-talk technology. And I can see Hans smiling because we talked about this just a couple of weeks ago. That was Angie's project. Angie also implemented the first online training program for the city's intranet for city employees. The first search engine feature that was added to the city's website, that also was Angie's project. She was promoted to systems analyst in 2005, information solutions manager in 2010, and then her current position, which is assistant director of information resources in October 2017. She has an MBA in technology management, and she also recently received a certification as a government chief information officer, also known as CIO, from Rutgers University. She leads a very capable information systems division team, oversees dozens of complex projects, manages technology needs for the entire organization. You know, technology is the backbone for the city, providing tools for police officers, firefighters, recreational professionals, parking staff, librarians, you name it. Every single one of our employees relies on the technology that Angie provides. And we're able to have our meeting here today because of the technology and leadership that she's provided in the Information Systems Division. And a lot of the work that we've done and have seen as a result of the pandemic, from online meetings like this one to having employees work remotely, is all thanks to Angie's leadership. So please join me again in recognizing Angie for 20 incredible years and dedicated service to the Monterey community.
Thank you, Nat. And Mr. Mayor, that concludes our presentation.
Well, thank you. Just very well done. Acknowledging folks. Before we go out to see if there's any public comment, I would invite any of our current employees or retirees. This is a chance if you want to share a thought or two with us, if our participants. So we'll do that. Anyone, you don't have to, but if you'd like to share some thoughts with us, this is a good time. It looks like Frank Russo does.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to express my heartfelt thank you to all the current and past administrations at the Monterey Police Department. I feel policing is a noble cause, and I was absolutely blessed to be able to work in a city like Monterey. And I know that Mr. Mayor and the City Council will take care of their Monterey Police Department. They're excellent people. It's an excellent police department. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for the past 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. So Angie, did you want to? Okay, Angie, please don't be shy. Just raise your hand in front of the screen. Hello, Angie.
Hello, Mayor and council members and public. I just wanted to say thank you very much for the kudos, and really want to share that all the accomplishments that happen with the information technology team really comes from the team that you have over there that are all working together to bring out the new technology as fast as possible during this special time. So I just wanted to say thank you. It's really nice to be here.
Good. We're glad you're here. Okay, so why don't we do this, and Andrea? Yes, thank you, Andrea.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you, and I also want to say it's a privilege to work with such a talented team, so we all make it work together. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. Okay, and what we'll do is we'll go and see if there's any public comment, bring it back to the council, and again, any of our retirees and employees still on screen and decide they want to participate, we'll do that after we come back from public comment. And Nat, Clementine, any public comment, please?
Yes, we do have public comment, and our first person is Marta Krasek, and we've unmuted you. If you could, there we go. Welcome, Marta.
Now, Nat, we might want to remind people this isn't general public comment. This is comment about the presentations.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is specifically relating to our employees that we're recognizing today. Marta, do you have a comment regarding this?
This is a public comment.
Next time, Marta, if you will just wait, we'll get you for,
I'm sorry.
for general public comments. It's a bit confusing. We understand. All right, any public comment with respect to presentations and retirements of our employees?
Yeah, we do have Esther Malkin. Let's see if she's interested in speaking on this item.
Good.
Hi, Esther. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to make a quick comment to Frank Russo and thank him for his service. When I first moved to the city here and had my very first engagements with the police department when it was Chief Panko still on board, Frank was always very responsive to, you know, anything that he connected with my neighborhood and myself on. So I just wanted to thank him and wish him well.
Thank you, Esther, very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Esther.
And we don't have any other comments at this time from
Okay, I think
the public.
Our retired fire captain, John, wants to share some thoughts.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's been a privilege and an honor to serve the city of Monterey and the communities we all serve. And just to say that, you know, the 31 and a half years, it went by like a flash, but it was the standard of the city that set forth over the years that was just, you know, the city is just a tremendous working machine that just we seem to, you know, really just come a long way, and it's an amazing place to work and live, and I appreciate everything the city administration and the government has done for us as well. Thank you very much.
Oh, good. Thanks, John. So let's go. Council members probably have some thoughts. We'll start with Council Member Dan.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I was going over the staff's report, and I just noticed that there's hundreds of years of experience representing tonight in the city, and a lot of other organizations would love that longevity and experience. And I think we're very fortunate that we have employees that would like to stay with the city for so long. And, you know, and during their careers, I'm sure they've had chances to move to different organizations, but they continue to choose and stay with the city. And we really appreciate that loyalty. I think all the council does. To the retirees, your dedication, knowledge, skill, experiences will be missed, and most of all will be hard to replace. And I'm sure you'll enjoy your retirement. Believe me, it's as good as everybody says it is. It's a lot of fun, so enjoy it. Congratulations again on your long service to the city of Monterey, and I'm just proud to be a council member representing the employees of the city of Monterey.
Thank you, Dan. Councilmember Allen.
Yeah, congratulations to everyone who's retiring and being recognized today. I would just say, as a council member, I'm proud to represent the city of Monterey. And I think one of the reasons I'm proud, or probably the biggest reason, is all of you. Like, I know that we have the best staff. You keep our city clean, you keep our city safe, you keep our city well maintained, and just really a pride. I know you all take pride in the work you do, and we take pride in the work you do and have done as well. So thank you all, and those of you who are retiring, enjoy your retirement.
Yes, really. Councilmember Tyler, some thoughts?
Yeah, so you know, I'm so thankful for our human capital. It is the very work that you all do that makes the city as great as it is. And I think we've reflected on some of these things over the course of this presentation, but just to kind of highlight the things that are done in this city that couldn't have been done without our staff. The management of our award-winning conference center, our clean streets, the maintenance of our roads, supporting the maintenance of our public utilities, provide public safety, provide maintenance to our public parks, recreation, and the parking program, our museums, cultural arts, and archives, managing the revenues and expenditures, those that manage the technology that allow all of this to happen, and of course, all of our maintenance and custodial staff that support the work all the other staff depend upon. And these are just the folks that are being recognized from this presentation. So there's a lot that's done within this city that couldn't have been done without you all. These individuals keep our community safe, offer resources for people to work towards their dreams. They work to improve our personal wellness, help protect our natural sanctuaries, and they support us in times of emergency. Thank you for your service. For those who will continue on in their careers, I look forward to watching and benefiting from your continued contributions. For those retiring, congratulations. Thank you for all your years. Now you get to sit back and be pampered a little bit. Enjoy.
Right. Thank you, Tyler. Councilmember Ed.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. When I look across the list, as it's been noted, so many years of experience, but behind that experience, your efforts and your results, working with your various departments and working with your teams, the community has been really, truly the winner. And kudos to you for all of your efforts, because all of you that have contributed, you've really offered that piece of quality of life, and the citizens recognize that. And some of you have worked a midnight shift and in places that maybe were not recognizable, but your work did result in the tremendous efforts that added to the quality of life. As you all know, the City of Monterey's motto in Spanish, "Anda," is onward. So what a wonderful symbolic message that you have worked for so many years in the City of Monterey, living and working under that message of onward. And so now you get to decide how you're going to execute your time and your efforts. You've all deserved the time to be able to make those choices, whether it's hunting and fishing or working on cars. And I know some of you, so I know many of you will be executing your time with that. So kudos to all of you. The other part of me is that I want to recognize those that I worked with for a number of years. And I want to just say, Jared, you did me a favor as a fine electrician. You know what you did, and thank you very much. Philip, I worked with a relative of yours and got to work with you for a few years, and you are a professional and the epitome of a very smart person. Way smarter than I could ever be, but you were a champion and a very big help with me in my career and records. Robin, the same thing. I got to see you as your first day, and I'm sorry to hear that you're going to be leaving in February, but you much deserve your time to be able to do what you want. But you have sacrificed and dedicated so much of your time, and much of it in off hours and weird hours, and people never really see what a records person or an evidence person does, but you've been a champion. Frank, I remember your first day and got to see you grow and to mature and to develop into a true professional who really sacrificed quite a bit and spent a joyful career. And you were one guy that was always happy. And it was sure good to work with you, because you just got it. You just were a wonderful professional. I wish you luck. And Frankie, I know you're gonna be fishing a lot. So I'm gonna find you somewhere when you're bass fishing, because you're gonna have a good time.
Thank you. Thank you for your mentorship.
You bet. You earned it all on yourself, Frank. You did a good job. John Caniglia, I want to say greetings to you and our partners in public safety. Thank you so much for helping to keep our streets, our buildings, our properties safe, inspections, fires, calls, accidents. Saw you on many calls years ago, and you were just like Frank, just a top-notch professional, and really appreciated all that you've done in your career and your teamwork with your other firefighters. A great job. To all the others that are those that I may not have had personal contact with, as a city council member, I just want to direct the thoughts to say that you've earned your time. You've sacrificed a lot. Now it's for you and your family. Your family's earned the time to get you to be able to do those honeydews, to get those hobbies, and not to have to go out in the middle of the night and drive a truck or be out there on a rainy night unless you choose to be. But thank you for all of your work and your dedication that has truly been part of the team that helps to make sure that the city of Monterey does things correctly, follows the Monterey way, and offers the quality of life for our community and those who visit here. But hats off to everybody, and thank you so much for your dedication and your service. We're losing a lot of hours, and your team is going to miss you, your community is going to miss you. But thank you very much for all your service.
You're well said, Ed, and especially someone who's worked together with people. You really do, you know. And so I'll conclude by telling you a secret about what a big part of the job of the mayor is. And here's the secret. Connect the citizens with the right staff member. So as council members and mayors, and I'm seriously mean that, is we get many, many requests, and what I do and we all do is we say, well, we're going to get you in touch with this person and that staff member, because we have a city manager form of government. And without question, without fail, the resident, the business person, the visitor gets a response, gets expertise, gets competency, and then keeps us in the loop. And just amazing how many problems and challenges as well as accomplishments just happen because we as elected people have a staff, and my automatic go-to is we'll find the staff member that can help you. It never fails. And secondly, I've been part of the city since 1981, had an opportunity to see lots of staff, and it doesn't matter if I were the mayor, a council member, a retired school teacher, a neighbor, whatever my role was, you always get the same response. You get respect and you get attention, because that's what the ethic is of the city, our city staff. So I would just tell you, when I'm sure all of our council members agree, whenever we're going somewhere, we're in the city, we talk to residents and businesses, there's nothing but praise and appreciation for the Monterey City staff and family. With that, we're going to go on to those public comments that are not on the agenda. I know people have been waiting, and I imagine they also share the appreciation that we have for everyone. And you all can just stay as participants and listen to what some of the folks have to say, maybe help us get through the consent agenda tonight. Maybe we'll break our world's record of 1 hour.
Merry Christmas, the guys and gals.
And they'll say, hey, wait a minute, we retired. We don't want to do this stuff anymore. Why do you think I retired? So
Thank you.
we'll see you soon, or you can hang out with us. All right, public comments, anything not on the agenda. I think Marta has been waiting, and there may be others who would like to share. A 3-minute limit. Something, please, within the jurisdiction of the city of Monterey. Secondly, if you require a response, I'm going to do what I just told you. We're going to make sure the correct staff member gets back to you and takes care of you, as they always do. So that, let's open it up.
Okay, we've got a few folks who've raised their hand, and for those who are here on the Zoom app, you can raise your hand by pushing the raise hand button within the application, and we will take Marta Krafsek first.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you all that are retiring for your service. My name is Marta Krafchek, and I sent you a letter earlier today describing some of the impacts that the new Monterey Peninsula Unified School District Parking Improvement Plan would have on our neighborhood. As you can see from the descriptions, there is very limited parking at the Monterey High campus. According to the district's own consultants, most of the parking is full when school is in session, with the exception being in front of the district office. That lot was determined to be only 50% of capacity. So this added parking is not needed for additional MPUSD employees, but will be used as overflow parking for the proposed Monterey High School sports complex. Currently, the 65 spaces planned for this area do not even come close to covering the needs of a capacity crowd of 1,600, which is what MPUSD says the stadium currently holds. Never mind their plan for an additional 300-seat bleachers. When school is in session, the approximately 150 workers the draft EIR states would be on site normally arrive well before the start time of school and would likely occupy available parking on the campus. This could send students, staff, and construction workers out into the neighborhood in search of parking. MPUSD also appears to be co-opting Logan Lane for their own purposes. Not only will it be the only entrance and exit to the lower athletic field, but also the new planned parking in this area will exit onto Logan Lane. There is not an intersection at Pacific Street and Logan Lane, not even a stop sign. Logan Lane is not a wide street, yet is bi-directional. During construction, large commercial vehicles would try to navigate this lane and find it impossible to turn around and possibly try to back out, creating a dangerous situation on Pacific Street that has already seen too many accidents involving pedestrians. According to the district's DSA application for the parking project, they requested a hardship waiver for this parking project. Quote, the district office is located within the historic area of downtown Monterey, 2 blocks away from the state of California's first Capitol building. The building was built in 1920 with upgrades along the way. MPUSD asked for a hardship waiver using the historic aspect of this building in a bid to avoid ADA upgrades that would normally be required of a project of this scope. Currently, the district office is not ADA compliant. However, the district sees nothing wrong with a parking lot hiding the facade of this historic building. Has the district shared elevations with the city to show what this parking plan would really look like? The district also does not seem to think that installing 70-foot stadium lights would be impactful, casting almost nightly light sky glow over our historic downtown area. Apparently, however, the district thinks that the term historic could be useful as a way for MPUSD to avoid ADA compliance. I find this hypocritical and urge the council to carefully consider all the impacts of both the Monterey High School sports complex and parking expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta. And our next public caller here, let me lower hand. Okay, is the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District Superintendent of Schools, PK Diffenbaugh. You could unmute yourself. Welcome.
I thank you very much, Mayor, Council. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I wanted to let you know that there's a draft EIR for the Dan Albert Stadium Improvement Project that is currently out for public consumption, and it closes January 12th for public comment. So we're encouraging those who are interested to please read the draft EIR on the Dan Albert Stadium Improvement Project and give comments by the deadline. Also on Thursday, December 17th at 5:30, the board will be receiving public comment on the draft EIR. We encourage any interested party to give public comment in this open session. I wanted to also be able to speak for a minute about the work that has been done historically at Monterey High School since the passage of Measure P in 2010, because it's been quite extensive. There's been restroom reservations and ADA path of travel improvements, phone intercom data clock improvements, electrical infrastructure improvements, roofing renovations, pool equipment updates, flooring replacement, wireless network upgrades. At the upper field, we replaced the synthetic turf. The Little Theater has been modernized completely. A new scoreboard has been put in and an ADA access point created. There's been a campus painting project, new gutters and downspouts, new landscaping, and most exciting is the new 2-story science innovation project that is currently being constructed and should be done in January. And with that improvement, you'll see a new quad that is in the back of the school and a new entrance in the front of the school, as well as updates to gas and water line replacements as part of the project. So we're very excited about all the improvements that have been happening at the high school. We look forward to giving you a tour when appropriate, when we are able to and be done with the pandemic. We'd be happy to host a tour for all of you and the city to see all the upgrades on campus. So again, thank you very much for your time. We encourage the public to please put comments for the draft EIR and attend the public comment meeting on Thursday, December 17th at 5:30. Thank you again for your time.
Thanks, PK. All right, we will go on to our next caller, and that'll be Mr. Sammons, Linear Sammons. If you could unmute yourself. Welcome.
Thank you. And yeah, let me echo the thanks earlier for the retirees for their service to the community. I'm a resident who lives near the Kolb Avenue substation. For the past now more than 48 hours, PG&E has been conducting some work that involves extremely loud and nonstop noise. I've been told it'll continue through Wednesday by employees there. The extent of this noise is such it's really impossible or very difficult to sleep for any residents in the area. There's also vibrations from the ground felt in my home. I've measured it with an SPL meter, and it appears that PG&E is well in violation of the city's noise and vibration ordinances. Again, especially because this is occurring nonstop, no break overnight, all night, as you may be able to hear in my voice. While PG&E did send some notification, the notification came after the work had already started, and also the notification, to quote from it, promises intermittent construction noise, with most work happening during normal business hours. I've spoken with a PG employee who apologized for the misleading wording, but was also unable to offer any remedy. I know also one of my neighbors filed a noise complaint with the police last night in an effort to try to help some of us in the area get some sleep. That didn't achieve anything. He was also told that if their work was permitted, that the police wouldn't be able to do anything. It's not clear if they came to the site or not, but I hope the city can investigate if this work was permitted, how and why that permit was granted, given the disruption to the neighborhood, or at least why it was granted without a requirement that PG&E provide appropriate warning to the neighborhood, and really ideally some form of compensation. If their work is making it impossible for us to functionally be in our residences, then some kind of support with that seems in order. And certainly if the work was not permitted, then I hope the council and city can take a look at why PG&E was allowed to violate our city ordinances in that way. I appreciate your attention on this and any help you can provide. And again, to close on a positive note, let me one more time thank the retirees for their service to the city. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks for your comments and feedback. And we can't respond to specific questions or comments, but if you email us at suggest@monterey.org, we'll be sure to connect with you offline.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we also have here Esther Malkin. Esther, welcome.
Hello again. I'm really glad that the previous caller reminded me of what he called in about, because that noise and the vibrations have made their way literally from one side of the neighborhood to the other. And I don't know why it's only at night when people are trying to sleep. We had a board meeting last night at 6:30, and it ramped up significantly after that. And I thought it was over there, but wasn't really sure where it was coming from. And I texted my neighbors. They said that it is unbearable down there. And then this morning, when I was driving out of the neighborhood, I ran into two neighbors who were outside of their homes. One is an additional board member that live on the other side over by Encina. And they were asking me where it was coming from because it was so loud over there. I'm kind of in between those two areas. And I knew that if it was as loud as it was by my house, that it had to be unbearable from where the people on Laguna Grande Court and Kolb over there. So I'm not understanding why that work has to be done, especially at night, because I've been home for a couple of hours now and it's quiet. And if they start up when the sun goes down, that's just inappropriate. I'm sorry, I cannot imagine what work has to be done at night instead of during the day. So permitting aside, it is just not neighborly to expect people to give up multiple nights sleep. And imagine, like I said, if it's heard on the opposite side of the neighborhood, what it's like for the people that are living right on top of it. So I think that's completely unacceptable. So however that has to be handled and addressed, it needs to be done soon because we've already dealt with it for a couple of days and it's not okay for people to lose sleep. So thank you for him to remind me to comment on that. But the reason I was going to comment, and it'll be really quick, is I'm still waiting to see when the RFPs are going to get on the agenda for the properties that the city owns that were proposed to be 100% affordable are going to get on there. Every time I've asked staff, it's going to be on the next one and it's going to be on the next one, and we still haven't seen it. So just a reminder to staff and elected officials, renters are watching, campaign promises are expected to be kept, and we are waiting for something as simple as an RFP for so long that this was even pre-COVID. So let's get on with it. And also a brief mention about the Laguna Grande Park JPA. Our board has decided to create a parks committee. We'll be participating in that as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Esther. Okay, let's see. We have no other commenters on items not on today's agenda, so we'll pass the baton back to Mayor Roberson, who may be having some technical difficulties. Let's see if he'll be able to rejoin.
I'm here. Thank you. Had a brief freeze there. We thank folks. Again, I want to reiterate what our assistant city manager said. Email the city, suggest@monterey.org, and that's all lowercase. And so the concerns that you've expressed this evening, you will hear from our staff tomorrow. So thank you for sharing those things with us. All right, let's go to the consent agenda. I don't know if anybody in the public wanted anything pulled, or does a council member want to pull any item on the consent? And Hans, we don't think, or Nat, we have anyone?
No, just asking folks who are joining with us, if there's an item that would like to be pulled, please
okay,
just, click that button that says raise your hand and we'll call on you.
Right,
and no one's called in, so we're okay on
and then if anyone wants to comment on a consent item, this is their opportunity to do that too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well then, and council, do you questions? Yeah. Councilmember Allen, yes, please.
I'm just going to go ahead and move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
All right. We're going to set a new world's record. And any discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes, and thanks. That's just another example of great staff work where we have lots of contracts and consultancies and policies that are handled, and they're important, but it's routine. And so we thank you for that. We're going to, this is odd, we're going to actually stop being the city council for a moment, and we're going to adjourn to the Ocean View Community Services District meeting. And if you have 3 hours, I could explain to you what that's all about. But otherwise, are there any reports or updates on that?
No, there are no reports, Mayor.
Okay, thanks so much. And that was
Karen Silva.
I know, Assistant City Attorney, the very dependable Karen Salama. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor.
And so, having no business, we'll that meeting and reconvene as the Monterey City Council.
Yeah.
And
Just to note, there were no hands raised, so no public comment.
Oh,
on that.
thanks. Yeah, appreciate that. Okay, so we have all of the council members, as before you, serve on many outside jurisdictions and agencies. And every year at this time, it's an opportunity to do reappointments, do some horse trading. No, find out if people are satisfied with the committees that they're on, if anyone has an interest in a different committee. And we usually do this just very congenially. There are some cities where this can be a real political hot potato, but we've really never had that experience in the city of Monterey. And so any do we need a report from anyone, from our council members? Alan, please.
I don't need a report. I'll just say I did lose a couple of my committees due to Fort Order Use Authority sunsetting, and we're transitioning at Central Coast Community Energy. So I think there'll be a representative from Carmel and PG. I'm a primary on one committee, which is Community Human Services. If there is somebody who would like to let a committee go, I'd be happy to take over if it was an afternoon committee or an evening committee. I can't do mornings, but if not, I completely understand, and I'm ready to move forward either way.
Okay, anyone else want to? Any indication? Let me say that the Monterey Peninsula Regional Water Authority has officially ceased operation. It fulfilled its mission, and things are now at the district level, the Monterey 1 water level, etc. So there won't be a representative for that water authority because it doesn't exist anymore. Other than that, no changes. So if anyone wants to give Alan 3 or 4 committee assignments, if you don't want to do that, if everyone's satisfied, I'm very happy to make a motion to just reappoint everyone to their current positions with huge gratitude, because you spend so much time outside of the city council serving the entire community.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, discussion.
So Mayor, I'll just make comment that Alan has been gracious in being able to relieve me twice at AMBAG this last year. So with the invitation of your vacancy on Wednesdays, I might be more prone to say, Alan, can you cover as an alternate? And I think we've got some things going on. I'd like to stay there at AMBAG, but I'll certainly say that I appreciate your effort being an alternative with AMBAG when we do have conflicts that come up.
Yeah,
But
happy to help out. Just let me know.
I appreciate it.
Anyone else? All right, roll call.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's just to clarify, the motion was to recommend the 2021 appointments as recommended by staff, correct?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
That's what I sort of said.
Okay.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. That's what I heard on inside my head.
Okay, very good.
And do we need to officially appoint Alan as the alternate, or is he already doing that for?
He's already listed as the alternate.
Okay, very good. Okay, roll call, please.
Okay, Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Robertson.
Yes. We're going to in a moment adjourn to closed session. We have one item on our closed session. Any public comment on our closed session item?
We haven't placed the Chiron up, but for the only few attendees we have live, if you would like to comment on a closed session item, please raise your hand now. Doesn't look like we have any.
All right. With that, if I didn't forget anything, which I I happen to do occasionally. We'll adjourn to closed session and we'll see you all in a different link. A great afternoon meeting full of appreciation, and let's take our recess with appreciation in our hearts. See you shortly. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our council meeting. Once again, we are privileged to have you join us and for you to give some of your time to us this evening. We're going to go ahead before we start our meeting and once again ask that our very able Assistant City Manager, Nat Rojanasa-Thera, share how you can participate in the meeting. So Nat, if you'll do that, and then we'll go ahead and get started.
Sounds great. Thank you, Mayor Roberson. So we like to explain that there are two ways to participate in city council meetings. The first is to join directly using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device. And the second method is to call into the meeting using your telephone. The easiest way to join is through the Zoom app because there is no lag time. To join the meeting on Zoom on your computer, smartphone, or telephone, you can use the link or the phone number on the agenda that's located at isearchmonterey.org. And since the meeting has already started, you'll find that agenda under the recent tab. Now, to join by telephone, you can dial toll-free 833-568-8864, then enter the meeting ID, which is 160-772-9333 #. And when you're prompted to enter a participant ID, you'll then press pound one more time. Detailed instructions on how to use Zoom is available online at monterey.org/public meetings. Here's how you can make some public comments. If you're using the Zoom app, you can virtually raise your hand using the Zoom app by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you've dialed in by phone, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing *9 and then unmute yourself by dialing *6. You must do both. Public commenters will be muted until it's their turn to speak. We ask that public commenters please turn off all television or computer speakers or go to another room when you're connected by phone because some of that background noise will cause interference with the broadcast. I'll be calling on each public speaker in the order of their hands raised. The mayor has designated a 3-minute time limit for today's meeting with a countdown timer that will be showing on the screen. If you're connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay, and we ask that you stay within your time limit so that we don't have to cut you off. This meeting is also being streamed live at youtube.com/City of Monterey with a 10-second delay, and also on Comcast Channel 25, which has about a 90-second delay. We look forward to receiving public comment from folks tonight. Back to you, Mayor Roberson.
Okay, thank you very much, Nat. And again, that sounds like a lot of oral information, but it will be on the screen for those who want to participate. You'll have an opportunity to do that, and it seems to be working pretty well. So with that, I'm going to ask you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance in a moment. So let's have there it is, our wonderful Colton Hall we'll drag it down a little bit so we can see our American flag. There it is. Monterey's Colton Hall, where the Constitution was, the state of California's Constitution, written in English and Spanish, was signed upstairs, and you can still go up there and you will see no electric lights and just the way it looked all those years ago. So if you will join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United
States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our next item on our agenda is public comments. This is your chance to share your comments on anything not on the agenda. If you wanted to talk about first night or our budget or emergency COVID ordinances or our Monterey Police Department's report, please wait. These are things that are not on the agenda within the jurisdiction of the City of Monterey. We'd love to hear from you. We had some comments this afternoon, which we very much appreciated, and our very distinguished staff is going to follow up on those issues that were brought forward this afternoon. So if you do want to follow up, if you can leave a contact with us, suggest@monterey.org, suggest monterey.org. Our staff will get back to you and help you out, as they always do. So Nat, do we have any public comment? Anyone who spoke this afternoon, we'll ask you to join us for the next meeting. This would be anyone who did not get a chance to speak this afternoon.
So let's see, we have a few folks who've joined the meeting, but no one's raised their hand. And just a reminder, if you'd like to speak, please click the raise hand button in the app, or if you've dialed in by phone and would like to speak, you must dial *9 on your phone right now so that we can call on you to speak. And it doesn't look like we have anyone there.
All right. Well, if we do have someone who comes in a little bit later after the presentation, something like that, we really do try to accommodate everyone because transparency is so important to us. So let's, any announcements from our afternoon closed session, please?
Yes, we had one item. It was a conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation. And on a roll call vote of 3-2 with council members Hoffa and Williamson voting no, the council gave confidential direction to their legal counsel.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right, next item is a warm welcome to Ellen Martin with First Night. Hi, Ellen.
Hi, Happy New Year.
Thank you. Happy New Year. It won't be the same without First Night, but I know that you are doing things. COVID-19 has really changed our lives. We're getting some Christmas cards and greetings at this time, and almost every one of them says, 2020, what a year.
That's right.
Yeah, so I don't know if our city manager or our diplomatic city manager wants to introduce Ellen, or shall we go right into our First Night presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think Ellen Martin needs any introduction. Welcome, Ellen Martin. She is the Executive Director for First Night Monterey, and I think Ellen has some good news to share with us. So go ahead, Ellen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members and our city manager and all the staff that's there. Yes. We are having a First Night Monterey. You know, in March, who would have known what we could do? But I did get an email from Hans saying, you know, the First Night won't be sponsored by the city, but we want you to keep going. And I took that as a challenge. You know, COVID, in this time, we can't bring our community together as we have usually done in the traditional ways and filled downtown Monterey, but we can still come together. And we found that through these, I don't know, has it been 9 months, that we can still have community through Zoom, through YouTube, online. And so that's what First Night started to do. I reached out in June to all of the First Nights that looked like they were still lit and alive, asked them what they were doing, if they, you know, wanted to come together with us. And then really started talking to 4 different First Nights. You know, I was born in Chicago, but raised in Springfield, Illinois. And Springfield, Illinois is one of our partners this year. So, you know, we can still ring in the new year. And let me tell you a little bit about it. We've got our buttons. And, you know, I didn't even know if we were going to have a button this year, but we do have our buttons. And we're so thrilled with that. And I'm going to share some images with you. So this is the First Night button. We didn't have a theme this year, but we're going with who we are, which is a community celebration of the arts, you know, on New Year's Eve. And, you know, we are going to come together. We're using YouTube because a lot of people have YouTube on their TVs. We're going to start 2021 together. As we always say, your new year starts here in Monterey. And right now we're 15 days, maybe 19 hours, something like that, away from, you know, launching our YouTube. You know, the pandemic has challenged us, but it has also offered us opportunities to recreate and reimagine ourselves. And so, you know, we're doing things differently this year. And some of the things that we're doing have opened our eyes to, yeah, we should be doing that next year. So we are going to have a December 31st, 2020. We are going to begin with Kids Night Out. One of our partners, My Museum, is having a professional actress do some storybook reading and telling. Monterey Peninsula Ballet Theater put together a wonderful program that I think children of all ages are really going to enjoy. And then we have some art activities that make your celebration hats like we usually do on Colton Lawn, and how to make a hat and a blower and all those things. And then we do have our evening performances. But we've come together. First Night St. Petersburg, Florida is providing us fireworks. So we will have fireworks this year. And then First Night Springfield, Illinois is sharing content. And then First Night Alexandria and Winchester and Virginia have been supporting us. So that's where we are there. And our local partners, Sunset Center, we have Next Gen Jazz Orchestra who's going to be performing. And then the director of Next Gen is Clayton Paxson. He's many times Grammy nominated, and he's given us a whole set. That is going to be a wonderful, wonderful performance. Sunset Center. Here's my, from last year, I went to New York for Thanksgiving and went to Hadestown play. And Sunset Center is providing us a beautiful performance, and I saw it, of Yvette Gonzalez, who was in Hadestown when I went last year. She's a really great artist, and she's doing things like going around and performing because, you know, New York's is shut down as far as all of the plays. And then Spectre Dance, whoops, sorry about that. Spectre Dance is also providing us, oh, this is great. It's an original music and dance, and it's all about COVID and staying at home. And I think people are really going to enjoy that. And then Monterey County Symphony is also providing us some things. Some performances. And then here is Clayton Paxton, Dirty Cello, who is so in demand at First Night. And for some of you, that might be city manager or police chief or on the force. Black Irish is going to be there. And they put together a performance that we had taped in a historic building, 1890s building. In Sonora, where they live. So we also, these are one of the things that we didn't think about before, and we want to do this now at First Night. We put together, and we haven't launched it yet, but it's a art scavenger hunt to do at will with the people that you live with to be safe. And you begin on Colton Lawn, and the first clue is where California began and the two state animals. So this is going to be on our Instagram and Facebook, and we'll push that out in promotions. But that's something over the holidays that when people want to get some exercise, they can, there's 10 different clues and 10 spots, and you end up, you start at Colton Lawn, you go through Alvarado down to the Conference Center, the Wharf, and then you end up at the historic Presidio Park. And we're telling people to maybe have a picnic up there or see Father Sarah and all the beautiful monuments that are up there. And then we're doing special promotions and showing people how to make their celebration hats and different things like that. And that'll be going on before First Night. And then after New Year's Eve, on New Year's Day, we're going to have 3 hours of entertainment on AMP, and that's from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. So we're really trying to be accessible on, you know, all different levels and engage the community and show them that, you know, we can still come together and have a wonderful time and say goodbye 2021 and hello 2020. So we do have our button, and for donation, we're sending those out or having people pick them up, and we have New Year's Eve hats and horns and things that we're giving away. But the program will be free, and people can go to our website, firstnightmonterey.org, to access it. So we do have a program that's 9 hours, our traditional 3 p.m. to midnight. So we won't be at the conference center, we won't be in the streets, but we'll be virtually, so anybody in the world can see us. So, you know, I'm just so happy that we met the challenge, and I think that people are really going to enjoy our program. And we will also have when people are playing so they can fast forward. But the program will only be on New Year's Eve, and then it will be off YouTube. So we hope that everyone will join us, and that, you know, our City of Monterey residents will really have a good time, and then all the other people that usually come to first night, because they're calling us and wondering, especially if they don't live in California. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to tell you that, you know, we are going to be lit on New Year's Eve, and we welcome everybody to join us.
Helen, thank you. Very exciting program you put together.
Yeah.
Council questions, and then we'll see if there's any public comment. All right, any public comment, Nat?
Let's take a look. We don't see anyone with their hands raised, so no public comment on this presentation.
Okay. Well then, thank you, Ellen. We'll look forward to meeting with you early or mid next year and plan for a good old-fashioned first night for 2021.
Thank you. And if I didn't say, this is our 28th celebration, and we're really proud to keep going on and celebrating Monterey and New Year's Eve. So
How many
Happy New Year.
Ellen, before you leave, how many first nights are there still going nationwide?
You know, there's not that many. I would say it's under 30. It was
Yes.
165 when I joined first night. It's the first nights that are tied into their municipality,
Right.
or a performing arts center that have been able to go on. So St. Petersburg is a really dynamic first night, and so is Springfield, Illinois. Some of the first nights are doing live. If they're out in the East Coast, they're still allowed to do live, but they're also doing streaming too.
Yes. Okay, thank you again.
Thank you.
Look forward
Happy
to
New
it.
Year.
Happy New Year and Merry Christmas too. All right. Next item is to receive an unaudited general fund financial report update. It was interesting. I was watching the 5 o'clock news on 2 channels, and was it KS? No, the other one, Channel 46, whatever that is, local, actually mentioned that we would be discussing this evening. They did not get into any details, but told us all to take a look. So, did the Herald have, I think the Herald had a preview, as I remember, of so much information out there, but I think I read somewhere that gave us a little overview of what was going on. So what we're gonna do at this point is turn it over to Hans Uslar, who will frame it for us, and then we're going to hear from our very distinctive finance director, Lauren Lai, who's gonna give us the news. And this is information only. As I understand, we won't be needing any action tonight. So in the near future, we will be taking some action to close that deficit that we weren't anticipating, but it makes sense when you think about it. So Hans, please.
Danke, Mayor Clyde.
Yes.
We promised you when we started the pandemic, and we briefed you about the effects on our budgets, that we would routinely check in with you and provide you with information about the numbers, how they are developing. And tonight is another one of those check-in agenda reports where we are sharing with you, and more importantly also with the community, where the budget is heading right now. And of course, at the time when we started shaking the numbers and putting them all together about 3-4 weeks ago was when we started working on this agenda report. We hadn't anticipated another stay-at-home order coming, sneaking up on us. And so we amended the budget report a tiny bit to make at least mentioning of that. However, the budget report that is in front of you tonight again presents our best estimate, our best projection at the time when we wrote it about the upcoming months with respect to expenditures, but more importantly with respect to the revenues. And with that, I punt it over to our Finance Director, Lauren Lai, who will present to you the numbers and the bottom line of our report as well.
Great. So thank you, Hans, and thank you, Council. I would first say that this report will be very brief. We have a lot more details in the report and also in the attachment. So let's go ahead and share the screen. So this report really focuses on the general fund while we have a lot of other funds, and we're going to really look at the bottom line. And the bottom line is that originally, back in June, we estimated our shortfall would be 18 million. As of today, based on what we know, we estimate that we'll have an additional shortfall of 3.7 million. Go ahead and minimize that. Okay, thank you. An additional shortfall of 3.7 million, which brings the total shortfall in the current fiscal year to $21.7 million. We'll give a high-level background, and also importantly is the course of actions we have. It's an informational report, and in February, we'll come back to Council for appropriation. We also want to take a moment to acknowledge that Measure G and Y are very timely and critical to provide core services. Measure G and Y. So during 2020, Council and the residents wisely approved two tax measures. Measure G is the half-cent sales tax, and this was approved in March. It brings in approximately $4 million. Measure Y is the TOT or hotel tax, which raised the tax from 10% to 12% and takes effect January 1, 2021. It's estimated to bring in about $2.8 million in the initial year. And because it's effective January 1, we have 6 months of new revenue in the current fiscal year. So that's about $1.4 million. We want to emphasize that both are very timely. As you can see there, $5.4 million in the current fiscal year alone. And that is essential. It's helping us continue to provide services, especially during this pandemic. COVID. So I think for us, relative to this report, it's important to take a moment to talk about the COVID spike and the government orders. So for most of us, we know that there's a significant spike in COVID cases. And also in Monterey County, we're not alone in experiencing that. The governor has reorganized the state into 5 regions, and Monterey is within the Bay Area region. The governor's order is such that if an ICU capacity in a region, in one of these 5 regions, goes below 15%, the state will mandate stay-at-home orders. Prior to the Bay Area reaching 15% ICU capacity, the Monterey County Health Officer has issued a stay-at-home order already. This takes effect December 13th and stays in effect until January 11th, 2021. What it translates into is that businesses, operations, restaurants must modify services or close. Hotels will only be able to provide rooms for essential travelers, and restaurants switch back to take out orders. For us in municipalities, what it also translates to is reduced city revenues, which I'll go into in a little bit. So the heart of this report, where do we stand today? What do we know? That's what we want to share with you. There's a lot of information in the attachment 1, which has a lot more detail in revenue and expenses. For the purpose of briefing the council and the public, this table shows October year-to-date 2020 versus October year-to-date 2019. And we want to emphasize the percentages versus the dollars, because we do know the dollars have gone down because of the pandemic, but it's the percentage ratio of the budget that's important to this conversation. So in the revenue line, you'll see there that in the current fiscal year, we're at 21% of the budget. whereas the same time last fiscal year, we were at 27%. That negative variance equates to about $4 million unfavorable for revenues. When we look at the expenditure line, we're at 31% of the budget for the current year, while at the same time last year, we're at 32%. So that equates to about a savings of $700,000 on the expenditure side. Again, there's more detail in the attachment 1, and we're happy to answer any questions there. I think that information is historical and important, but what's also more important is where do we see the next 6 months for the city and the next several years. So this report endeavors to present to you a COVID scenario. Our estimation of where we will finish the year is that we would have an additional loss in the general fund of $3.7 million. That would bring the $18 million up to $21.7 million in the general fund. It's 26% loss because of COVID. I'll walk us through some of the assumptions. On the revenue side, we have improvements. We have some good news. Measure Y will bring in $1.4 million. We've been able to apply for and receive CARES Act money from the federal government in several different areas for our emergency response and also for our employment bills for those that have been laid off. We also have strong permit revenues for construction projects, in particular the success of the Ohana project moving forward. And last but not least, general fund cost recovery from other funds that the general fund supports. Unfortunately, due to the larger economic devastation and the prolonged facility closures, we have greater revenue losses, in particular our hotel tax, known as TOT, our sales tax, and our business license tax. Our facilities do remain closed. Conference center, sports center, and some of our recreation division programs. That also translates into low or no revenues in some of these programs, even though we are pivoting our services virtually. On the expenditure side, what's important to note are some of the assumptions that we have in this COVID scenario. We have strike team overtime, so consistent with prior years, when overtime is incurred for strike team, we give council the update during the year. So we've been able to deploy our fire staff throughout the state during this wildfire. The state has reimbursed us, and in this year, we've been able to get reimbursements that have actually improved our bottom line and actually will provide some favorable impacts to our general fund overtime. Unfortunately, due to the city pandemic layoff, we also have a very large unemployment insurance bill. We foresee that for the next 4 quarters. We also have litigation defense costs, utility costs, and more COVID public works maintenance costs for custodial services related to pandemic response. Good news. Relative to where we are now, we do have strategies and parachutes to address the $3.7 million. Here are some. They're not in the order of recommendation. They're just 5 key ones that we want to present to you. Again, this is an informational report. We'll come back to council in February to recommend council consideration of actions and approve appropriation. 1, we have the reopening and hiring fund. Council authorized this with the foresight in June. We have $1.5 million in that fund. With facilities remaining closed, one option is to use that appropriation to retain current city staff employed in some of these programs. 2, we have an employee benefit fund 718. This is a clearing fund that we use for a lot of benefits that is shared citywide, particularly the general fund. We are researching the option to use the available fund balance there to pay for this one-time uptick in unemployment insurance costs. 3rd, the general fund has available fund balance. This is one-time savings that is above the rainy day fund. 4th, we have the economic uncertainty reserve, also known as our rainy day fund. During the June council action, we updated the fiscal 21 budget, and council appropriated $1.5 million from our rainy day fund because we were facing COVID. So it's an appropriate use of this reserve. If council wishes, we have $12.2 million that can also be used towards this COVID scenario that we've presented. Last but not least, we are actively working on various revenue opportunities. As council and members of the public may be aware, we're looking at virtual offerings within the conference center. We're going to resume more revenue audits to ensure that our education and outreach ensures that we're collecting all the revenues that are due to the city. Certainly with the TOT ordinance that was approved, we will be addressing the online travel companies relative to the TOT revenues that are due, and then continuing to refine our process to better optimize our revenue collections and reporting for the city of Monterey. At this time, we do not see the need for additional layoffs due to the pandemic. And again, we'll return to council in February for budget appropriations. As we focus on the pandemic, I want us to step back and also not lose sight of long-term fiscal challenges. We are well aware of this. We've talked about this in many occasions, but it's important to put this on a slide and remind us to keep our eye on the prize as we look at the long-term recovery and the sustainability of the city. We had, prior to 2019, we went into a fiscal emergency. The council declared a fiscal emergency, which prompted Measure G and Y. So that creates a baseline of where we are. We have aging city facilities. Average age is over 55 years and over $100 million for upgrades. We have a pension liability of $165 million unfunded, and that equates to right now about $1.5 million per year in an increasing pension costs. Our information technology infrastructure needs to be improved as we continue to look at ways to serve the public. And other initiatives and priorities for this city include affordable housing, economic development and job creation, water sustainability, homeless services, parks infrastructure, undergrounding, sea level rising, and others. So it's important to keep our focus on those long-term goals and priorities as well. With that, I'd say there are three major takeaways from this report. The pandemic and shelter-in-place restrictions are longer than anticipated. The negative economic impact is worse than anticipated, with an additional loss of 3.7 million. That's on top of last year and current year anticipated loss. Last but not least, let's continue to monitor revenues and expenditure and report back to the council and the public. Let's continue to stay the course, and we're committed to bringing a report back to council in February. I want to conclude and echo the mayor's comments at the 4 o'clock session. It is with great appreciation in our hearts to serve this community with the council and all the employees. And with that, I'm available for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Lauren, for taking a very thorough report and summarizing it so clearly. Council questions, then we'll go to the public, then back to council comments. Council questions, please. Okay, let's go to the public. And I'm sorry, Tyler, did you have a question at this point, sir?
Yeah, I mean, I could wait until after the public comments, if that is easier.
Sure. Yeah, let's do that. Thank you. Public comment on the presentation, again, with the understanding this is informational and action will come later.
We do have a couple of folks who've raised their hand virtually, and our first caller has the last 3 digits of their telephone number is 722. And a reminder to our caller, please dial *6 to unmute yourself now. Hi, welcome. If you could please state your name and welcome to our council meeting.
Hi, this is Laura Pratt, citizen and GEM chair, and I'm calling to ask a few questions in regards to the use of the reopening and hiring fund, the 1.5 million that is there. I'm absolutely against that. That should only be used to rehire folks that were laid off, as it was sold to the public and to the council. As far as the general fund available fund balance, I'd like to know how much that is at this time. As far as the rainy day fund, I believe Lauren said that it was 12.2 million currently. You've only used 1.5 million of that so far. And if this isn't a rainy day, I don't know what is in the city of Monterey. So I would urge you to possibly look at that further. New revenue opportunities, we can always use those. I'm glad to see the council is starting to look at cannabis, thanks to Alan Haka. I'm glad that's finally getting looked at as a possible revenue source in the future. I'm glad that we at least got 2% on the TOT increase after 37 years. It's better than nothing, so that's a plus. I would like to just definitely say, though, that when you're looking at now possibly an additional 3.7 million in revenue loss, then why are we passing just tonight, for instance, 2.2 million in building maintenance and landscaping contracts that we could be doing in-house and have historically done in-house? I don't understand why we would be throwing that money away. Likewise, a couple of weeks ago, I think at the last council meeting or the one before that, we did another couple million for electrical contracts, which we have historically done in-house. So again, I look at to you, the leaders of Monterey, to really look at what you're spending money on. Do we really need a landscaping contract at this time? I know that was only 200,000, but do we really need 2 million additional for building maintenance contracts when we could be doing things in-house with the people that we have, or possibly bringing back some of the people that were laid off that can be doing that work? I think that would be a better use of our money, as well as cutting as much as we can at the top. I've talked to you all about that before. I know we're going to be going into contract negotiations again soon, so I won't push that a whole lot at this time. But I urge you to look at how much you're spending on the top 20 people or so in the city. It's ridiculous. It's a lot of money. And so I ask you to look at the overall picture and not just what you're being shown this evening.
Okay, thank you, Laura, for calling in, and I'll reset the timer. And we will go on to our next caller, who is Esther Malkin. Esther, if you could unmute. Sorry, I think we're clicking the same button here. So if you could unmute one more time. There we go.
Sorry, are we there?
Yep, we're live.
Hi, so I wanted to just say thanks to Lauren and her team for always making these presentations really understandable to the non-numbers people like myself. I mean, I remember when we had the dire news at the beginning of this, that was really, I actually called in and had a little breakdown myself. I'm sure you may remember. But I think that I feel comfortable with the way the city has handled. You know, obviously nobody wants to see the layoffs and furloughs and whatnot, but I feel like everybody's being pretty practical. I do agree with the previous caller that it does seem a little off when we're spending all this money on these contracts and even, you know, surveys and different things that I don't really know that the timing is right to do that. But as far as new revenues, I wanted to just mention that, you know, the business licenses that, you know, are bringing in revenue need to be also considered for rental properties, and not mom and pops, but the property management companies that have, you know, upwards of, you know, 100 units or something. They are businesses. They need to be, you know, the rentals that they have individually, not lumped together, need to be considered business licenses. And even if it's not a property management company, you know, if you own an apartment complex and you're managing it yourself, like we have a number of property management companies that are local, you know, rental properties are bringing in income to the owners. Therefore, they are businesses and they really need to be treated as such, especially now. So a rental registry is a way to at least know who has how many units, how many people are living in those units, what the cost is. It's a way of gaining data. It wouldn't cost a lot of money to just create a registry and then decide, is it worthy to do a business license, to require them to have a business license for all the individual rentals? So I'm not really great at numbers, but it seems like that's an option to potentially bring in some new revenue without adding a lot of additional costs. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, as always, for calling in, Esther. We appreciate it. And we do not have any other commenters on Lauren's presentation and report. So we will go back to Mayor Roberson.
Okay, good. Tyler, you had a statement or question early on. Would you lead our discussion, please?
Yes, everything is flying around as the presentation goes away. I'm just trying to get myself situated here.
You need a senior millennial to help you navigate.
I can't do it without you, Mayor.
You either, my friend.
So my first question, does the budget projections include the anticipated new tax revenues, particularly the TOT? I see heads nodding as a yes. Okay, beautiful.
Yes.
And then how did staff come up with the excess of $100 million figure for the estimated upgrade costs?
You're referring to the facilities? We looked at some of the facility conditions when we did that flyer about a year ago. So that includes like the tunnel, that includes a variety of city infrastructure. Hans, I don't know if you want to add to that anymore. I think it was a very high level figure.
Yes, Councilmember Williamson, excellent question. We have been working on providing those estimates for a good deal of my career in the city of Monterey. And prior to Measure P, that number was something north of $160, $180 million as we threw into that road work, the storm drain work that we have to do. And what this actually involves is that we are looking at the cost of fixing recreation centers, investment needs in the recreation centers, et cetera, and then look at the overall facility status and say, what do we have to reinvest to rehabilitate them? And it's a tedious work where we basically go major facility by major facility, estimate those numbers. And as Lauren pointed out, the last time we went through an organized approach for that was, I think, for one of the tax measures this year, 2020. So the number was at one time a lot higher. And again, Measure P, Measure S helped us to really catch up with respect to the work that we had to do in the city right away.
This is a great image, I think, that can kind of help people visualize the work that has to be done. I think it would be helpful, I know for me, but also for the public, if we could share this information a little bit better, and to the extent of like how much we're anticipating the costs, and understanding it's an estimate and that it's not a help paint the picture of all the work that needs to be done. And it may even help with marketing if, Hans, that number that you threw out in regards to prior to Measure P, and just showing like, hey, because we've been able to get this additional tax revenue, we've been able to cut this much of it, but we still have this much left. So I think it would be helpful as we move forward, but I just wanted to throw that out. It would be helpful to have some additional information on that. The next question I have was regarding something that Alan proposed when we were having these conversations earlier this year, and it was regarding the idea of looking at all of the city's properties, right, and just kind of looking to see if there would be space or a possibility of selling assets, or there was even this idea that was brought up by Fernanda of renting out some office spaces, since a lot of our personnel are working from home. So I just kind of wanted to check in on that as a possibility of generating some additional revenue or helping to pay some of the costs.
Yeah, Councilmember Williamson, if I recall correctly, we provided the council with an overview over city properties within the last 15 months, I would say. And you might recall we went down and showed you also where we potentially could sell an easement here and there. So I think that exercise we did at least in the last 15 months, if I recall that correctly, that we looked at various properties and shared with you. I recall there's a property up in Monte Vista that connects two other properties that has really no use for us, but it's relatively small. Of course, we can look into that again and bring that forward. The other suggestion is still a good suggestion. We last year, I think it was actually this year, where we rented out the construction management office to the Chamber of Commerce. So yes, we are doing that, and we will continue looking at those options. And I just wanted to go back one step when I spoke to you about the estimation. What our number that Lauren presented to you, the $100 million, does not include building a new public safety building. It does not include a library with the, let's say, the Cadillac version that was discussed recently. It does not include those costs. It just is $100 million, más o menos, to upgrade or to fix the existing infrastructure. It's not, it doesn't allow you to replace the library or other things like that. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, and so if there was any desire to present that in some way, maybe it could be those $100 million estimated projects, in one, and then these are kind of like those optional, but not really optional because those are also needed category. Okay, my last question, it has a couple of questions in it, but I'll ask them all at one time. Where are we regarding position vacancies? How many do we have currently? How many of those do we plan to keep vacant for now?
I recall that I just provided that update about 2 weeks ago in one of my Friday folders, and unfortunately I cannot recollect the numbers right now, but I would just ask you to take a look at the Friday folder. I think position-wise we are down, like I said, about 100 positions. We are around 410 positions, and I don't know if Allison is right now logged in and can give us those numbers quickly. That would be helpul. I have you on full screen, so I cannot quickly switch into my email folder and find that email, but we will make it part of a monthly report. And I believe the first time we reported that was about 2 weeks ago.
I have those numbers, Hans, if you'd like me to provide them.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So thank you, council members. So what I have from a couple of weeks ago is that we had active full-time employees was 378, active regular part-time employees, which is those 30-hour employees, we had 9, and our vacant full-time was 25. Is that the correct numbers you were looking for, Councilmember Williamson?
Yep, and then from those, how many of those are we trying to hold as far as keeping those vacant for now versus we're actively trying to recruit them?
Yeah, we're checking every position for replacement. Unfortunately, I can tell you from my experience, there are not a lot of positions that we do not have to backfill right now. Now and then there's a position that opens up. However, let me give you an example. If we don't fill a position in streets that is general fund funded, we are jeopardizing gas tax payments to us. So it doesn't make sense to not backfill a street worker if we don't get the appropriate gas tax for our street resurfacing. We are trying to balance out those actually operational needs with what we have to do. But most of the positions right now that we are backfilling are not so much general funded, but funded in different funds like parking fund, title funds, sewer fund, etc.
Okay, that is it for me. Thank you, staff, for answering those questions.
Yeah, good questions. Other questions? Councilmember Allen?
Well, I don't have questions. I have some comments. I don't know if this is the time.
No, this is the time. Yes, please. We look forward to them.
So I guess it wasn't clear to me that from the presentation that staff was recommending we would use the rehire fund for sort of general fund debits, but I agree with Laura Pratt. I don't think that would be appropriate. That money we have to make sure we have available to hire people back when we are able to hire them back. As far as that fund for employee benefits, I don't remember the number that identifies it, but I think if that's legal, then that does make sense to use that to help pay for the unemployment benefits, and we should look into that. And then I think if there are going to be, if it turns out we need to augment our general fund, I think it is appropriate to look at our reserve. And part of my rationale, just in my own philosophical thinking when we were approving the budget, I anticipated we would be facing this moment where, COVID was worse than people thought, and the effects would be worse than we thought. And that was why I didn't want to spend down the reserve fund more in our original planning, but I knew that we would have it available if we needed it. So I do think we should, that's the direction we should go, is that a benefits fund for unemployment, and then the reserve fund for any other ongoing deficit. As far as the long-term liabilities with our facilities, for example, or a pension, I guess I'm hopeful that we will recover in a year or two, and that the revenues from measures G and Measure Y, thank you, will at that point generate more money than they are now, and we'll be able to use some of that revenue for some of those long-term liabilities. And then I guess I would just encourage council to keep looking forward to new revenue opportunities, and I think we'll be talking about a few of them in the coming weeks. So thank you very much for the presentation, Lauren. It was very, very helpful.
Good, great. Thanks, Alan, for your insights. We appreciate it. Councilmember Ed?
Yeah, thank you very much, Lauren and staff, for the look into where we are right now. I don't have any questions, but just a comment. I do concur with the decision we made before and what Alan just said in terms of preservation of the reserves until the last possible. I mean, as an urgency with revenues down 26% right now. If that grows, we have to be careful with what reserves we do have. So I do have that philosophy. I look at this as more's going to come in February, so this is a good start. We really can't gauge the compass until we get a little further past, until we see where we are on the shelter in place, the impacts of the vaccine, and the numbers changing in COVID-19 and hospitalizations and all that we watch. All of us watch it daily. So really, I look forward to February to get a little bit more clear picture. But there is the short term and the mid-range and the long term. So I really, in my mind, can't be thinking about anything that's elective. I know that we do have capital improvements that we do have to keep on the horizon and think about and look forward to opportunities, whether it's going to the public and asking for bond measures, whether it's incremental, maybe we scale back and we have to remodel at a lesser degree. But I think that the long term for me in this crisis is looking at 3 years, because we have to face the fact that our revenue is just not coming back, and it can't come back until people can travel and our community can go out and spend their dollars and make purchases. So across the board, all of our revenue sources are down, and that's not going to change anytime in the early 2021. So we can't make any plans right now. Right now, it's about short-term, surviving with quality, being careful with what we have. And I'm pleased to know that right now we don't have any plans to have to go through any more layoffs at present with the staff we've got. One of the callers was asking about going out and why we're contracting. In some cases, we have some things that have to be done, and sometimes we have to turn to contracts because we don't have those employees that are here, because quite frankly, with a revenue down 26% and the numbers sliding in the wrong direction, we can't rehire people just yet. So I support the direction the city manager's got us going, giving us good information. Lauren, I appreciate your work and look forward to getting a little bit further along so we can see some tea leaves and count forward to February. There was one other thing I just wanted to go back to, and I think it's a number that we don't know and won't know at least till 6 months, and that's the TOT and the piece of the TOT that'll come from the travel agencies. I'd look forward to in February if we can kind of get some rough, if we can make an estimate of what that may look like. If we modeled it and said our TOT is 60%, what can we figure out that our travel agency portion of TOT that are new dollars? So I look forward to seeing what that number may be if we can get some estimates. Because those are all new revenue dollars.
Good, thank you, Ed. Councilmember Dan.
Thank you. Thanks for the report, Lauren. I think that your report, as one caller mentioned, that it's very easy to read and understand. And a lot of people appreciate that, especially people that don't know numbers as well as you do. I do have a question about revenues and expenditures. Revenues are areas that we have no control over what comes in, and there's nothing we could do about that. But under the expenditures, maybe I'm reading it wrong, but I was just curious that the current budget was at 70.7, and then the scenario of fiscal year 21 said 73.3, and that's an increase of $3 million in our expenditures. And maybe I missed it in your presentation where those $3 million came from. I assume it's labor cost or whatever, but where did that come from?
Do you want me to answer now then? Okay, so on the expenditure side, the fire overtime for strike team is in the report. So there's a matching revenue number that's greater. So of that $2.5 million of increase in expenditures, 1.1 million is overtime.
So that 1.1 million is coming back to us in a refund then, right?
On the revenue side, but the losses on the revenue are so great.
I see. And is that in the scenario? The fiscal year 21 is already in there?
Right. So let's focus on your question on the expenditure, and then I'll go back to the revenue piece of it. So on the expenditure side, we had $2.5 million in the scenario. 1.1 million was due to overtime for fire, which is reimbursed by the state. The unemployment insurance costs will be $800,000 for this fiscal year. Public Works custodial service, we're having to increase that because of COVID, right? We have closed facilities, people are eliminating in public places, and so we're finding that we're going to have to do more work to mitigate some of these behaviors. We have some utility costs and ancillary services and supplies as well. So the bulk of the 2.5 is really the overtime, which is reimbursed, and the unemployment insurance costs, which we're hopeful will be offset from this Fund 718.
And those are all still projected losses or increases in expenditures, I assume.
Right, right.
Okay, that makes it a much more clear. I know you brought that in the presentation, but I just didn't see the numbers, so I appreciate that. And the other question is, when it comes to contracts, just like what Mr. Smith said, that it may help the public that when you do present the contracts, they in the fiscal impacts, you put in where those dollars are coming from, because a lot of those contracts are not even coming out of general fund, they're coming out of other funds. So it doesn't affect the current status, fiscal status. So it would help if we just saw where those funds were coming out of. That would probably make it a lot easier for the public to understand.
Excellent point.
And the last
comment there, the two contracts that are being discussed tonight are being paid by the military, the PMSA.
Right.
So we've actually taken your recommendation one step further and including the funding source in the title. So if someone reads the agenda report just on the title in the agenda, you can actually ascertain the funding source as well, because we want to be very transparent. So thank
perfect.
you.
Maybe you might even want to put a line saying, it's not coming out of general fund, folks. Okay, and the last thing is, I do want to mention about the hiring fund. I know that when we put that money aside, that money was for people to come back into our city. So I would like to, as Alan mentioned, I'd like to see that as the last resort. I mean, things really have to be burning down before we take that money out. That's it, Mayor. Thank you very much. Thanks again, Laura.
Okay, really good questions, and comment or two for me. As when we presented Measure G to the voters, and what did we get? Help me, 70. What was the percentage on Measure G?
I think it was close to 73%.
73, right?
Yeah.
And at that time, we talked about a hybrid in that this is just general operations. So when Lauren was mentioning the long-term fiscal challenges, and she talked about aging city facilities and the pension liability, neither of these is new to us. Information and technology infrastructure, anyone who's online or using computers understands how important that is. And then you just have the day-to-day general municipal operations, salaries. Several council members mentioned the cost of contracts, the cost of utilities, the cost of water, sewage. It always helps me to think about my home when I call someone and say, well, I need a new roof, and I estimate what it should cost. Then I used to double it, now I triple it. So a city is no different than us as homeowners and renters. Look at your car insurance. Things keep going up, 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 up. And that was what Measure G was all about. And in my mind, Measure Y, with respect to the hotel motel tax, that was going to help us attack our infrastructure, our aging city facilities, and also our pension liability. So I think coming as we go forward, that should help. Looking again, and I should watch less TV news, but the vaccine estimated, if Moderna gets approved and Johnson & Johnson, there could potentially be 7 vaccines. Interestingly enough, Pfizer and Moderna are very similar in that they extract the protein from the coronavirus. So there's no coronavirus, dead virus in the vaccine. It's an extracted protein. And so the body builds up antibodies, seeing the protein, thinking it's the virus. And estimates were possibly by June of next year that we would have the 70% herd immunity. So at that very earliest, we're going to be looking most likely at June, where we start the recovery. And I think Councilmember Ed's prognosis of probably 3 years to get back to normal is going to make a lot of sense. Meanwhile, we don't have our sports center open, our libraries open partially. All of this is going to cost money. We have our conference center, we have our recreation centers and all of our recreation programs, which are in suspension right now. So that's just putting maybe a little bit different spin on the budget challenges that we're being faced with. Then you take a look at the old Capitol site, also mentioned in the staff report, job creation, water, homeless services, affordable housing, sea level rising, and what happens when the tunnel is flooded, and do we retreat? Do we build infrastructure to keep the ocean from going into Monterey? That's a topic for another discussion. Very complicated, and there's huge dollar signs out there. So I'm just thinking out loud that the COVID-19 pandemic is maybe a precursor to some of the financial challenges that are going to be facing all of us, especially coastal cities. So that's why I agree with Councilmember Ed. We've just got to stay the course. We've got to keep ourselves afloat. We've got to get our employees back. And that's probably our biggest challenge until at least the middle of next year, when we start getting vaccinations and we do get the economy going again. So I would just share those thoughts with you, because constantly going through my mind and waking up in the middle of the night, and the whole idea of climate warming and carbon trading, and then you look at the national scene where are we going to get a stimulus package? Is it going to help local cities and local counties or not? And will something be done by this week, which we're evidently hearing from Speaker McConnell that they will pass some kind of package? And then there's the whole evictions issue, where the federal government has an eviction limitations and controls. Will the state do that? We as a city are going to look at that in January if those other entities don't take it on. So, ladies and gentlemen, our plates are really, really full. All right, let's go to Hans, and here's another item, and that is item 17, in that we were ready to open some playgrounds, 4 of them, and then we got the new shelter in place. And even though the ICU beds for Northern California, we're now in a different region, we're no longer considered by county. We have 5 statewide regions. That's another thing. We'll sit down and try to figure out what normal is, and then the rules are changed on us. So it's very hard to keep track of all this. But we're about 15.6% ICU, and in anticipation of that, the city manager was going to open, as an emergency order, some playgrounds, which comes with a cost, but then is asking at this point that we not open them. And on the other hand, the state is closing restaurants and outdoor seating. Then it said playgrounds should be open. Okay, and how are you going to sanitize those? It's just confusing and mind-boggling. So there's the strangest introduction you ever had, Hans. What do you want to do?
I would suggest take public comments, Mayor, and then please vote.
Hey, I like your style. Any public comments on the idea of we're just going to have to keep playgrounds closed for a while here, especially until we have some action from the state somewhere in January, where possibly a new shelter in place will be mitigated. We'll see. So any public comment, Hans?
We do have one, and it's from Esther Malkin. So Esther, welcome.
Yeah, hi again. I just wanted to speak to the experience on the parks over here at Laguna Grande. We have the soccer field over here, and it is loaded every day with groups of 25, or more people any given afternoon. And I'm not sure whether it's closed or it's not, but even when we had a sign there that said it wasn't closed, that it was closed, people were ignoring them. The playground equipment, there have been multiple attempts to keep people off them, and they're not abiding. I'm not sure, what the answer is. I know our bathrooms are open over there, so there is a place for hand washing and whatnot. But I mean, I know it's a challenge, but I think the bigger danger is the soccer field versus where the kids play. The soccer field, it's loaded with people. I mean, the playground equipment is small, but between spectators and the players, that's more dangerous as far as spreading COVID. So I think it's easier to quarter that off than even the playground. So I don't know what the answer is. I just want to let you know what's going on this side of the city, because I don't know about other areas, whether they have something similar to the soccer field or not. But it's completely, you couldn't tell that there's a pandemic over here at this soccer field. So I know that staff is limited, but whatever you decide, you have to come up with a better way of keeping whatever it is that you decide on from making it to the point that people can actually abide by it, and then give law enforcement something to enforce, or code enforcement, because that's been the other challenge. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Esther. Appreciate that. And our next caller, and sorry, I'm trying to queue up. I had a presentation queued up, so I don't have the timer ready, but I will get it ready for Jill Johnson, who is up next and who we will ask to unmute.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, I'm Jill Johnson. I live at 107 Encina in Monterey. And I was actually planning on commenting on the next agenda item, but I couldn't pass up the opportunity to comment on this agenda item. And as a physical therapist, I feel that we need to get these kids out and exercise. I mean, I have a teenager, all he does is lay around in bed and play video games. But for these people with younger children, this is just so hard. And it's hard for all of us, but the opportunity for these kids to get 30 minutes of playtime in can really, I think, change the dynamics of the family, and help ward off depression, and help keep the kids focused on their schoolwork. And I know the neighborhood I live in, there's really nowhere else. You can go to the beach, but the waves are huge right now. And there's, I don't see why, like, the ball field in our little neighborhood couldn't be open for a couple hours a day. Doesn't have to be the whole day, but I just hope that council can consider the needs of our kids and our families. And yeah, it may be expensive, but I think it's very expensive to treat mental illness, abuse, different situations that could occur if we can't get some normalcy into our lives here. And I don't know, maybe volunteers could just remind people to wear masks, and they could put a little hand sanitizing station up. Maybe the bathrooms are probably not a safe place to have open, even though, of course, it's nice to be able to wash your hands, but don't open the bathrooms. I'm just giving my suggestions. Thank you very much. So I'm going to lower my hand.
Thanks, Jill, for calling in. Appreciate it. Okay, no other public comments on this item. Mayor Riverson.
Okay, thanks for the public comment. Always appreciated. Hans, you want to clarify a little bit as far as when we talk about playgrounds being closed, are we talking about the equipment? Are we talking about everything? People are still walking, for example, around Via Paraiso Park or running across the playground. So what exactly are we talking about to help Jill understand what we're trying to accomplish?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we talk about the playground are closed, we're talking about that the equipment on the playground, the swing sets, the slides, etc., that they are closed. There are certain recommendations made by the state of California with respect to cleanliness and keeping the equipment regularly cleaned by staff. And frankly, we were ready to open this up for 4 playgrounds, as I announced to you about 6 weeks ago. Unfortunately, right now, with the rising numbers in COVID, as well as the hospitalization data that we have from CHOM, it is for us something where we feel it's not appropriate. We cannot keep the equipment as clean as we need to do it. We cannot keep the hand washing stations, sanitation stations as serviced as we have to do it. And frankly, it is also a protective measure for those adults that go to the playground and supervise the kids there. That might be sometimes also members of the most vulnerable population, 60 years and older. And the infection rates there are relatively high, but what is higher there are the rate of fatality in that age group. And so we appreciate absolutely Ms. Johnson's sentiments with respect of getting the kids out and getting the kids out to exercise. Luckily, we live in a beautiful area where we have beaches that are wide and open. We have other areas where kids can probably go out and play. But for right now on the playgrounds, given that today, for instance, the county had the highest fatality rate and also the infection rate was way north of 280. We felt it's not appropriate right now to open playgrounds that we cannot really service in the way we have to service them.
Okay, thank you. Any council comments, or are we ready to move on it? Councilmember Dan?
Thank you. I understand the concerns. I would like to see kids out in the playgrounds also. I know how being cooped up in a house is not something parents would like to see. But on the other hand, we do have to keep our community safe, and having 25, 30, 40 students or kids out on a playground playing, I know that can't be safe. But I do want to mention something that one of the callers called in, is the consistency at all playgrounds. And I don't know how to do that, city manager, to make sure that all fields are not being used. And it sounds to me like some fields are being used and some are not. And I don't know what the city can do to make that consistent, because it just doesn't seem fair to some neighborhoods versus other neighborhoods. That's my only comments.
Yeah, Councilmember Albert, Laguna Grande is a great example. Please, I encourage residents, give us a call, and our officer will roll out. We actually have been there quite often. I also think that we have issued there a citation to the same group of people that just comes back. We cannot really have eyes on those properties during the daytime of operations. We are not staffed that way. We really rely on folks calling us. And just today, a resident contacted me, asked me about Laguna Grande, and I recommended to him, and what I do right now to the public as well, please dial 646-3917, 646-3917. It's a phone number that is serviced 24/7, and ask that an officer goes out and provides some education and outreach to the affected areas. That's the same applies for playgrounds or other things where folks see violations, and it helps us a lot. It's still astonishing to me that in the time of a pandemic like that and the challenges that we are all exercising, that people just do not like to adhere to those guidelines, and it is very, very difficult for us to prevent those. We can only be reactive right now.
Just one last comment, Hans. I know that in some of the parks, at least the park down the street that via Paraiso, the staff put up caution tape around the actual playground equipment. Are we still doing that? So all of them have, all the playgrounds that we have caution tape around them?
Yes, they do. And I shared this last week that we got a call from one of our neighbors who promised us she would take the yellow caution tape off, and would her kid start playing there. Daily we check, and daily we have to replace caution tape. And I wanted to share with you also that just today we kicked a group out of Laguna Grande, the soccer field that Esther was talking about. So just today we kicked a group out of that field. So again, yes, the parks operations managers drives around with caution tape back in his truck and replaces it wherever it's ripped off.
Councilmember Allen.
So I appreciate staff's concern for public health and bringing this forward. But I'm also sensitive to the comments that Jill Johnson brought to our attention. And those were comments that I heard quite a bit of during the recent campaign, city council campaign. And personally, I don't go out when I don't need to. I wear a mask literally all the time when I'm out, all the time, everywhere. I don't go to restaurants. I'm being very cautious, but I'm also cognizant of people who have little kids and maybe live in apartments and don't have yards for their kids to play in. And I'm feeling like this is going to be difficult for me to support, because I feel like I'm not convinced that this is a major Is it a risk? Yes. Anytime you go out of your house or anywhere close to people who are not in your immediate household, you're putting yourself somewhat at risk. But I just feel like there are other risks. There are other dangers to our kids. Jill talked about a few of those. And I'm not convinced that outdoor play is in our neighborhood parks. I'm not talking about our regional parks that attract tourists. So I'm feeling like I'm going to have a hard time supporting this. That's kind of where I'm at right now.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Mahaffa, if I may just respond briefly, Mr. Mayor. I was with you there, Councilman Mahaffa. That's why we wanted to reopen 4 playgrounds, to just take the pressure off. I share with you an argument that was made from someone living in the county of Santa Cruz, and the observations that was shared with me at that time when the playgrounds there opened. There were literally dozens of kids running around, accompanied by parents and grandparents. And I feel for us, it's important to protect those that are out there and try then to sort the kids out, or try to engage when there are situations where social distancing cannot be maintained in a way, and those situations definitely arise on playgrounds. So at that time, I reversed the intent, and given also that right now we are in the highest of COVID-19 that we are experiencing right now, I felt it's a prudent measure. Having said that, I need also correct the phone number. Inadvertently, I gave you my fax number for my office, and that doesn't help anyone if they want to call and report that. It's 646-3914. It's 646-3914. And if you like to send me a fax, use the other number, but no one uses fax anymore. So again, my apologies. 646-3914. That is the 24/7 non-emergency number.
All right, thank you. Appreciate your thoughts as well, Alan. Anyone else? Any thoughts at this point? Councilmember Ed, please.
Yeah, Hans, he must have heard the facts that I called. Yeah, good catch, Hans. Yeah, I'm sympathetic with any parents and grandparents that are deprived of the joy of being able to go to a local park and play playground equipment. But I do want to encourage folks for just a little bit longer to find some alternative things like the beach, Window by the Bay, that is just open space on the grass, the recreational trail. And then of course the county has lots of trail systems that are still open. So for just a little longer, I think we just need to be judicious and stay with it for all the reasons that Hans just gave us. But anything that you've got space with, the backyard should be explored, and even in your garage and your front yard, trees that you've got in your yard. So I just spent a little bit of time with a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old, and it's pretty amazing how their creativity can they can turn a playground into almost anything. So I would just encourage, just start it with the kids and let the creativity go. And for now, just forget about the playground equipment because it's just not a safe place to be. But spend time with the kids, get those old board games out, ride your bike, just do lots of those kind of fun things with the kids and occupy their time and keep their bodies sharp and make them as tired as you can. But playgrounds, I look forward to the point when we can get them open. I look forward to the fact that, you know, I want to see Denison Menace Park open, but just not yet. I think we'll get to that point. After the first of the year, we can reassess, and after our shelter in place is reevaluated. So right now is just not the time to start trying to compromise. I think we have to be all or nothing in the concept of keeping people safe and out of playgrounds. That's just my perspective.
All right, thanks, Ed. Anyone else? Councilmember Tyler.
I just have a quick question. Hans, was Denison Menace Park? I thought Denison Menace was not included in the list of parks that we were talking about opening.
Yes, Councilmember Williamson, that's correct. We had originally planned to open 4 neighborhood parks. And again, the intent was really to take the pressure off parents and have kids play there. Those parks were Hilltop Park, Montecito Park, Casanova Oak Knoll, and Via Paraiso.
You know, what I'll say is, you know, coming into this, I was confident and comfortable in supporting it. But after hearing Alan's comments, I think he raises a relevant point. I mean, even in your response, Ed, you were saying backyard, garage, front yard. Some people don't have any of those. And I think it's those folks that we're concerned about. And those folks are probably more likely to have parents that may be out of work and are struggling with being able to even fill up a tank of gas, to be able to drive to some of these other places and maybe don't live as close to the beach and have access to it. So I am torn because I do feel like we need to be careful and take every precaution, as you say. But I also feel like outdoor activities for kids are essential. And we've been going through this for several months now. So I really am torn. I don't know which way is best to go here, but I definitely appreciate Alan's comments in regard.
Yeah, and I agree. I'm torn as well. But then I look at 302,000 deaths in the United States, 16.6 million cases, and those are reported cases. You could probably quadruple that. And to me, we have to make, it's a small sacrifice to close our playgrounds for 3 or 4 weeks so we can stop this pandemic. And we're just having to rely on the vaccinations. We know that, and I would say when I'm walking the trail or out and about, that the mask compliance is fantastic. It's really excellent. But we know it's only about 50% in the United States. And we see the Thanksgiving, people were told not to travel. And look what happened at Thanksgiving. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if the same thing happens at Christmas, in that people are not following the rules. So I'm not really saying Monterey is following the rules, but if we have to close our playgrounds temporarily, to me, it's worth the sacrifice. Why does the United States have 4% of the population and 20% of the deaths and 20% of the infections? Because they won't follow the rules. To me, this is a small sacrifice. I get it. My 3 of our kids are teachers, and I know, Alan, you're dealing with this too. It's just almost unbearable what the students, the families, and the teachers are going through right now, but they can't go back to school. So it's hard, but I think it's the right direction.
Okay, Mayor, I move that we amend Resolution 2176 and ratify ratifying the December 4th order to close and keep the playgrounds closed.
Second.
Okay, any more discussion? It's been an excellent discussion as always. Decisions are never easy, are they? Councilmember Allen, please.
Yeah, I do appreciate your comments, Mayor Clyde. I'm going to support the motion, but I do think that hopefully this is going to be the last time that we have to do this with our parks. And I think the good news is, as you and Ed said, there is hope on the horizon. We have a number of vaccines, and now we just need to get people vaccinated. So there is hope on the horizon. I do feel bad for kids who don't, as Tyler said, who don't have a place to play. But I think for public safety, we have to do this.
Yeah, and you're right. It's just not easy. Okay, a roll call, please.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes. Let's take a 10-minute break because we're going to have a very extensive, very informative report from the Monterey Police Department talking about equity and social justice. And so we want to be fresh and take a little break, and let's come back at about 8 or 10 minutes, please, if that sounds good to everybody. Okay, we'll see you shortly. We're just nice break, and we're ready to go. Recharged our batteries. Oh, I read that Toyota, speaking of batteries, has a battery that will go 300 miles for a car with it, and you charge it for 10 minutes. And evidently just a total game changer. So that was really interesting. Anyway, I diverge here a little bit. So we're going to go to a really outstanding report we received. I would encourage anyone watching or watches this later, a really incredible report from our Monterey Police Department that you will really enjoy, not only your presentation this evening, but reading about our police department, which in my opinion, I sincerely believe this is a role model of community policing. Hans, did you want to introduce our good staff, or should we go directly to our very distinctive police chief?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Hober is so rarely with us at this time of the night that I like to introduce Chief Hober and ask him to take it away. He has his command staff with him, as well as another officer, Amy. And so I think we are in for a good briefing about the policing that is being performed 24/7 in the city of Monterey. With that, Chief Hober, thank you for joining us tonight, and please take it away.
Thank you, Hans. I'm going to share my screen. And when I share, I can't see. So hopefully you're all seeing the PowerPoint now.
Not yet.
No, Chief, we don't.
Huh. Okay.
There we go. We've got it, Chief Dave. Thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you, City Manager Uslar. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and others. As you're already aware, I'm Dave Hobart, the Chief of Police. Thank you for giving me and other members of the Monterey Police Department some of your time to provide a presentation regarding a pressing issue that is important not only to you as a council, but to our community, society in general, and the entire Monterey Police Department. Presenting with me this evening will be Acting Assistant Chief Ethan Andrews, Lieutenant Michael Bruno, Lieutenant Jacob Pincus, and Community Action Team Officer Amy Ament. By way of background, on October 6, 2020, the Monterey City Council passed a resolution which declared the council's support to achieve racial equity and promote diversity and inclusion, and directed the city manager and chief of police to return by the end of 2020 with a presentation regarding the Monterey Police Department's use of fair and impartial policing policies and comprehensive programs to ensure contemporary, equitable justice policing practices. And if you're seeing my screen, I don't know how to put this on. Maybe that'll work so you can see the presentation a little better. There we go.
We see it real well. It's good.
Okay. I want to start with a commitment of the Monterey Police Department to the constitutional protections and freedom for all, which includes a commitment to fair, impartial, and equitable policing. This commitment is one that is at the core of who we are as a police department. Our presentation will describe a myriad of endeavors related to what the Monterey Police Department has done, is doing, and will continue to do to ensure fair, impartial, and equitable justice policing practices. The presentation will outline three main dimensions of influence that assist in this assurance. Before looking at the three dimensions, one needs to first understand the core values and morals of the Monterey Police Department, which are found at the center of all that we do. The vision of the Monterey Police Department relates: the Monterey Police Department is a professional, dynamic, and innovative organization with the highest ethical standards. The MPD is committed to serving our community with honor, dignity, fairness, and respect. This ethos captures the essence of what is expected of all Monterey Police Department staff, subordinates, supervisors, command, and peers. These expectations do not simply flow down from command staff to subordinates. The message of fairness and respect is transmitted across the Monterey Police Department at all levels, holding every member accountable to the vision statement. This ethical base is reinforced with self-awareness, policy, selection, training, supervision, leadership, accountability, and review. Attachment 1, which is on page 13 or packet page 309 to the agenda, provides a schematic that captures the 3 dimensions we will describe with the MPD core values at the center. The 3 dimensions are different, but each has significant importance, and together they influence the Monterey Police Department policies, procedures, and practices. The first dimension includes the legal mandates and requirements of California police departments and police officers. In this dimension lies the California Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Trainings, or POST, and other legal requirements such as legislative mandates. It is through these guidelines that the Monterey Police Department ensures requirements for the hiring and continual training of personnel. A second dimension includes a constant review of best policing practices from across the country, such as the 6 pillars of President Barack Obama's Task Force on 21st Century Policing, a benchmark document released in 2015. The third dimension includes implementation of and accountability by the Monterey Police Department and the community. This dimension involves analyzing, responding, and assessing all of the aspects included in the other dimensions, and ensuring implementation through policy, selection, training, accountability, and constant review and update. A crucial aspect of this dimension is the interaction, relationship, and input with and from the community. I will now turn the presentation over to Lieutenant Michael Bruno.
Thank you, Chief Ober. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Mike Bruno, and I've been with the Monterey Police Department since 2005. I'm currently the Administrative and Investigations Lieutenant. The California Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training, commonly referred to as POST, is a government agency that establishes minimum standards that govern recruitment, selection, training, and job-related educational standards. POST awards a variety of certificates based on the officer's years of service, their education, and training. For example, an officer can qualify for 3 different certificates. That is basic, intermediate, and advanced. A supervisor could qualify for a supervisor certificate, and that would refer to our sergeants. There is also a management certificate, which would apply to the lieutenants and the assistant chief. And there's also the executive certificate, which applies to the chief of police. We have high training standards here at the Monterey Police Department. Our training goes above and beyond what is mandated by POST. POST mandates racial, identity, and cultural diversity training at the academy and every 5 years thereafter. POST gathers subject matter experts in various areas of the criminal justice system to establish best practices and guidelines. For example, in 2020, so this year, POST created 2 documents. The first document was the use of force standards and guidelines, and the second document was de-escalation strategies and techniques for California law enforcement. Since 2015, we've seen a number of laws enacted by the California legislature. In the area of diversity and racial identity and sensitivity, we saw Assembly Bill 953. This is called the Racial Identity and Profiling Act, or RIPA for short. This bill was created to eliminate racial and identity profiling and to improve racial and identity sensitivity and diversity in law enforcement. RIPA requires police departments to collect stop data, which covers 16 areas of collection with 35 data points. The Monterey Police Department will start collecting RIPA data on January 1st, 2022, and we are currently working with the city IT department to implement this program. We also saw Senate Bill 54, which is the California Values Act. This was effective on October 5th, 2017. This bill prohibited California law enforcement from participating in immigration enforcement. In the area of civilian complaints, we saw again Assembly Bill 953 RIPA, which updated the civilians' complaints against peace officers to include complaints based on racial and identity profiling claims. We have specific policies and procedures at the Monterey Police Department to investigate complaints against police officers. This is also mandated in Penal Code 832.5. We saw in the area of use of force, we saw Assembly Bill 71. This is the Use of Force Incident Reporting, or URSIS for short. This requires law enforcement to furnish the California Department of Justice annually all use of force relating to an officer-involved shooting or use of force by an officer or civilian that results in serious bodily injury or death. With Assembly Bill 392, we saw peace officer deadly force. This updated the penal code to define justifiable homicide by an officer to the standard of necessary. Tactics and de-escalation are considerations in determining the lawfulness of the deadly force. We also saw Senate Bill 230. This mandated guidelines for use of force, de-escalation, and training. And then we saw Assembly Bill 1196, which became effective on October 2nd of this year. And this prohibited law enforcement from using a carotid restraint or a chokehold. In the area of transparency, we saw Senate Bill 1421. This mandated that certain peace officer records were not confidential. These situations included officers discharging a firearm at a person, a use of force resulting in death or great bodily injury, a sexual assault while on duty, or a sustained complaint of dishonesty. In Senate Bill 748, this mandated that peace officers' video and audio recordings be disclosed in critical incidents. These incidents include discharging a firearm and any use of force resulting in great bodily injury or death. Finally, we saw Senate Bill 978. This mandated that law enforcement agencies post their standards, policies, practices, operating procedures, and education and training materials on their internet website. The MPD has all of these documents on our website, montereypolice.org. The Monterey Police Department has implemented all of these mandates through policies and our training, and we are on schedule to implement the RIPA data collection on January 1st, 2022. This concludes my portion of the presentation, and I will hand it back over to Chief Hober. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. This next dimension, Dimension 2, explains the ongoing aspect of scanning for best practices in contemporary policing that can be contemplated and tailored for utilization in the implementation and accountability dimension. While examples are provided in this section, this is a snapshot of an ongoing effort to evaluate best practices in a myriad of issues. The first example is of a broad overview of best practices for contemporary policing practices as found in President Obama's task force on 21st century policing. This task force was convened to strengthen community policing and trust among law enforcement officers and the communities they serve by identifying best policing practices and recommendations on how those practices can promote effective crime reduction while building public trust. The task force included law enforcement officials, technical advisors, youth, community leaders, non-governmental organizations, researchers, academics, and others. Despite being 5 years old, this document continues to be a benchmark for police agencies nationwide. The task force established 6 pillars: building trust and legitimacy, policy and oversight, technology and social media, community policing and crime reduction, training and education, officer wellness, and safety. The President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing report has been incorporated into the Monterey Police Department as a strategic guide for best practices. The second example relates to responding to rapid and unfolding circumstances through outreach by addressing policing policy questions. Following the killings of George Floyd and others earlier this year, the Monterey Police Department reiterated its commitment to policing best practices. On June 3rd, 2020, Mayor Roberson took the pledge to address police use of force policies in Monterey as drawn from President Obama's Police Use of Force Project and the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. Following that, on June 5th, 2020, the Monterey Police Department issued a media release addressing each of the 8 points that President Obama's Police Use of Force project contemplated. On June 11th, 2020, the Monterey Police Department created and released a 3-page informational document titled Monterey Police Department Policies and Practices, a review of the Monterey Police Department's use of force policies and practices, which address the use of force questions related to President Obama's project. Finally, this slide provides examples of professional organizations that the Monterey Police Department command staff belong to in order to stay abreast of contemporary thoughts and practices related to policing. The Police Executive Research Forum, or PERF, is on the leading edge of contemplating, researching, and providing means for best policing practices. 2 examples are the de-escalation training program called Integrating Communications Assessment and Tactics, or ICAT, and the guiding principles on use of force that Lieutenant Pincus will describe shortly. POST is a large part of this dimension, and as it not only provides standards, but also provides best practice research. 2 examples are the POST Use of Force Guidelines and De-Escalation Strategies and Techniques for California Law Enforcement, both published in 2020. Acting Assistant Chief Andrews will describe aspects of these in his part of the presentation. I'll now turn to Dimension 3. This dimension describes the implementation of equitable justice police practices and accountability by the Monterey Police Department and the community. This dimension involves analyzing, responding, and assessing all of the aspects included in the other 2 dimensions, such as the post mandates, legislative mandates, and the best practices and ensuring implementation through policy, selection, training, accountability, and constant review and update. A crucial aspect in this dimension is the interaction, relationship, and input with and from the community. The first aspect of this dimension is policy. Policy guides all that a police department does. In September 2017, the Monterey Police Department implemented an entire overhaul of the policies and procedures with the release of a police policy program known as Lexipol, replacing an antiquated process of directives. The Lexipol policy manual is updated at least twice a year. Lexipol is a unified risk management web-based solution utilizing content, policies, and training that provides a law enforcement policy and procedural framework of over 170 state-specific policies written by industry experts that are kept up to date as legislation and best practices change. All of the legislative mandates that Lieutenant Bruno discussed have been implemented into Monterey Police Department policy through the Lexipol system. The system tracks and ensures that as new policies are updated, officers and staff are reviewing and understanding policy. Lexipol training includes web-based daily training bulletins, or DTBs, that officers review every month to ensure they are continuously up to date on current policy. An attorney and co-founder of Lexipol was a project advisor for the post use of force standards and guidelines, which Mike and I have both talked about, and which Acting Assistant Chief Andrews will discuss. I will now turn the presentation over to Acting Assistant Chief Ethan Andrews.
Thank you, Chief, and good evening, everyone. My name is Ethan Andrews, and I have been serving the Monterey community since 2006. I'm honored to have the privilege to speak with you tonight about the Monterey Police Department's standards for use of force, hiring, and training of new police officers. I will begin with use of force. In November of 2020, Post issued guidelines and standards regarding law enforcement use of force. In its publication, Post focused on 21 standards that relate to use of force, and we compared those standards to the policies in place at the Monterey Police Department. Our review found that the Monterey Police Department's policies have met all 21 of Post's use of force standards. Those Post standards and our policies include providing fair and unbiased policing, stressing the importance of alternatives to use of force, employing force that is proportionate to the threat officers are facing, identifying approved use of force methods and devices, identifying when deadly force application is permitted, recognizing the seriousness of drawing and exhibiting a firearm, the risk of firearm deployment to bystanders, restricting the use of firearms against vehicles to only when there are no other reasonable means to stop a vehicle presenting an imminent threat, the duty of officers to intervene when they witness excessive force, the duty for officers to report excessive force, and the duty to provide medical assistance after a use of force incident. Additionally, it includes the requirement for officers to report all use of force incidents, the requirement for a supervisor to respond to and review use of force incidents, a standardized process for internal department review of all use of force incidents, making our use of force policy available to the public on our website, reviewing and updating our policies on a regular basis, having a procedure in regards to citizen complaints, the disclosure of public records related to use of force, and providing training and awareness on vulnerable populations such as elderly, the youth, or those with disabilities. More details on each of these topics can be found in our policy manual available on the Monterey Police Department's website. In 2019, there were 37 incidents where our officers used force. Of those 37 incidents, 88% of the force used was physical force, which includes body weight, control holds, joint manipulation, and pressure point application. 3% of use of force incidents involved an impact weapon such as a baton, and 9% involved the use of a taser. For some perspective on these numbers, the Monterey Police Department responded to 57,191 calls for service in 2019, and these 37 use of force incidents represent 0.06 or 0.06% of all those calls for service. One of the most significant examples of an officer using force involves the discharge of a firearm. When one of our officers is involved in a shooting, the department immediately initiates a multi-layered investigation into the incident. We have an agreement with the Monterey County District Attorney's Office to conduct a criminal investigation of the incident to determine whether any laws were violated. Additionally, the department conducts an internal investigation to determine whether department policies and procedures were followed. The department's internal investigation is performed by an outside consultant with advanced training and experience in officer-involved shootings. The department's command staff then reviews the internal investigation for final disposition. The Monterey Police Department also participates in sharing our use of force data, both to the California Department of Justice HRSAS program, as previously mentioned, and federally to the Federal Bureau of Investigation through their National Use of Force Collection Database. Annually, the California Department of Justice and FBI issue separate reports in relation to use of force reporting and tracking. These reports cover a multitude of data points, including reason for police contact, location, age, race, and many other areas. These reports are public and can be found at the California Department of Justice and FBI websites, respectively. I would like to transition now to our process for hiring police officers. The Monterey Police Department has a rigorous hiring process for police officers that on average begins 60 to 90 days before actual employment. Before applying to be an officer, interested candidates must pass a post-written examination and physical ability test. The Monterey Human Resources Department and the Monterey Police Department then conduct an oral panel assessment of the applicants. If successful, the department then conducts a second oral panel assessment with the department's command staff. A background investigation is then conducted, which includes applicants completing a 25-page personal history statement and completing a lie detector. The candidate is assessed on integrity, impulse control, substance abuse, risk-taking behavior, stress tolerance, problem solving, judgment, communication, and conscientiousness. If an officer passes the background investigation, They are offered a conditional offer of employment where they then must take and pass a psychological evaluation and a medical evaluation. The candidates must be free from any physical, emotional, or mental conditions such as bias against race or ethnicity, gender, nationality, religion, disability, or sexual orientation, which might adversely affect the exercise of police powers. Only after completing all of these standards does the applicant receive a final job offer. As I previously mentioned, the Monterey Police Department's hiring process is rigorous, but that 3-month process pales in comparison to the 2 years worth of constant training and evaluation involved in preparing applicants to become solo street-ready officers. Training begins with a 6-month police academy where students must demonstrate proficiency on 42 different law enforcement learning domains. Only upon graduating the police academy do students become sworn police officers and enter the department field training program. New police officers are assigned to a field training officer who provides over 4 months of one-on-one direct and daily training and evaluation. Each shift, new officers are trained and evaluated on their performance in 31 different categories, which are documented in daily observation reports. Additionally, at the end of each week, new officers meet with a field training supervisor to review their performance and their progress. All reports documenting the new officer's performance are reviewed by a member of the department's command staff to ensure standards are being met. Once an officer completes the field training program, they become solo officers, but must still complete an 18-month probationary period. In that period, for the first 12 months, these officers are evaluated by their supervisor twice a month. After their first year, the officer is then evaluated once a month by their supervisor. Upon completion of the 18-month probationary period, a probationary evaluation is written documenting and reporting the officer's performance for final review. With that, I would like to turn the presentation over to Lieutenant Jake Pincus, and I thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Ethan. Hello, everyone. My name is Jake Pincus. I've been a member of the Monterey Police Department since 2007. I currently oversee patrol and our community action team. I would like to talk to you about the ongoing training and education our staff receives. This slide lists a number of ways our officers receive training, and all of these are interconnected. The first is through post. Officers are required to attend post-mandated training. This training covers everything from first aid and CPR to de-escalation. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, the Monterey Police Department utilizes resources such as PERF to ensure we are following the best practices. PERF's ICAT training was developed to help train police officers in their response to volatile situations with subjects acting erratically and who may possibly be armed. ICAT focuses on 4 key areas. The first is the patrol officer response. This takes concepts and training techniques that are taught in specialized units and applies them to the everyday officer. The second area of focus is on non-firearms incidents. This training is not related to any kind of active shooter situation. The third area is crisis recognition. While officers do attend crisis intervention training, which I will cover in a future slide, ICAT integrates communication and tactical skills to help officers develop and think through potential options to peacefully resolve potentially dangerous situations. And finally, the fourth area is the sanctity of human life. This is the first principle from PERF's guiding principles on use of force. All life has value, and we treat people as such. This program gives officers a strong foundation in critical thinking as it relates to use of force situations. The Monterey Police Department has adapted the ICAT training into a 2-day course of both classroom presentation and hands-on scenario-based learning. The classroom training incorporates the tenets regarding de-escalation and use of force outlined by POST in 2020 and by PERF in 2016. The officers are trained in combining critical thinking, communication, crisis intervention, and tactics into an integrated and systematic approach when responding to a potential critical incident. The ultimate goal is to keep both the public and officers as safe as possible. A full day of scenario-based training follows the classroom instruction, where officers and supervisors put the training into use during multiple simulated crisis situations. The Monterey Police Department is a member of IACP's One Mind campaign. This campaign seeks to ensure successful interactions between law enforcement and people in crisis. people with mental health issues, or people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The campaign focuses on uniting local communities, public safety organizations, and mental health organizations so that the three become of one mind. To become a member of the One Mind campaign, police departments must first demonstrate a clearly defined and sustainable partnership with one or more community health organizations. Next, police departments must develop and implement a model policy addressing police response to people in crisis. And finally, the department must train and certify in mental health awareness by providing CIT training to a minimum of 20% of the officers. The Monterey Police Department trains 100% of our officers. And departments also must train 100% of their officers in mental health first aid. Mental health first aid is an 8-hour training course that teaches officers to identify, understand, and respond to signs of mental illness and substance abuse disorders. The training gives officers the skills to reach out and provide initial help and support to those who may be experiencing a crisis. This training is co-taught by a supervisor at Monterey County Behavioral Health and a Monterey Police Department sergeant, both of whom are certified mental health first aid instructors. Next slide, Chief. This is our critical decision-making model. You may be more familiar with the OODA loop or the SARA model as other examples of decision-making models. We use the CDM. We believe that this is the most comprehensive model while still being simple enough to understand and utilize. Our CDM is a 5-step process. All 5 of the steps are built around the Monterey Police Department's core beliefs. The most important belief is the sanctity of human life. The second belief is proportionality. Proportionality is the third principle from PERF's guiding principles on use of force. Proportionality refers to how proportional is the police action, taking into account the risk or threats posed by the subject and the totality of the circumstances. The third belief is our ethics. And finally, the fourth belief is our values, which are maximize value and train our Monterey Police Department workforce, proactively police the city of Monterey to ensure a low crime rate, and develop and embrace and enhance our community partnerships. I would now like to take you through the CDM just as one of our officers would while responding to a call. Step 1, collect information. We teach and encourage our officers to utilize additional resources from the beginning. What can we ask dispatch, the reporting party, or our record staff? What do I know about the subject, the victim, or the location? What else do I want to know about weapons, bystanders, the environment, children, or mental health issues? And what does my training and experience tell me about this type of call? Step 2, assess the situation, threats, and risks. Officers will ask themselves, do I need to take immediate action? Am I trained and equipped to handle this? What resources would be helpful? And what more information do I need? Step 3, consider police powers and our agency policy. Officers ask, what legal authority do I have in this circumstance? What does our policy say about this type of call? And are there other issues that I should consider? Step 4, identify options and determine the best course of action. Officers take everything they learned from the first 3 steps. They then ask, what options do I have? What contingencies should I consider? What am I trying to achieve? Do I have to act now or can I wait? And do I have the info and resources that I need? Officers then decide what the best course of action is. This decision is based on proportionality, the safety of the public, the safety of the officers, and the sanctity of human life. And finally, step 5, act, review, and reassess. The officers have now acted, and they must evaluate the effectiveness of their decision. Officers ask, did I achieve the desired outcome? Is there anything else that I need to consider? Next slide, Chief. I'm now going to talk to you about CIT. The CIT program is the collaboration of organizations committed to assisting persons with behavioral health disorders, such as mental illness, developmental disabilities, Alzheimer's, or addiction. This collaboration includes local members of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, mental health service providers, family members, and law enforcement officers. The 40-hour training is taught by behavioral health, law enforcement, and advocacy group members. The training provides officers with tools to better understand common signs and symptoms of mental illness, co-occurring disorders, the ability to recognize when those signs and symptoms represent a crisis situation, how to safely de-escalate individuals experiencing a behavioral health crisis, and how to utilize community resources and diversion strategies to provide assistance. Next slide, Chief. I'd now like to talk and discuss with you our diversity training. In 2016, the Monterey Police Department attended diversity, procedural justice, and police legitimacy training. I'd like to take a moment and explain how those terms apply to police and public interactions and how they are interconnected to the bullet points you see on the slide in front of you. Procedural justice is the perception of the fairness and the transparency of our decision-making process. We do this by practicing the 4 tenets: voice, neutrality, respectful treatment, and trustworthiness. The first is voice. This means we listen to everyone we contact. Giving people a voice lets them be heard and be part of the decision process. The second is neutrality. We are a neutral party in conflicts, and we treat everyone fairly. The third is respectful treatment. Our officers' voice and body language must be respectful. There are right ways and wrong ways to say similar things. Rather than saying, "What's your problem?" we say things like, "How can I help?" Or instead of saying, "Get over here," we can say, "I'd like to talk." And finally, trustworthiness. This means doing what is best for the individual, the situation, and all who are involved. There are 4 universal truths to human interaction. The first, people need to be respected. The second, people would rather be asked than told. The third, everyone has a desire to know why. And last, people prefer options. Post mandates bias and racial profiling training at the Academy and every 5 years after. Over the last 3 years, members of the Monterey Police Department have attended LGBTQ+ training through the DA's office. Officers use what they learn in these training programs and apply them to their everyday interactions. These interactions build trust within the community and increase police legitimacy. Next slide, Chief. I would next like to talk to you about equipment. The MPD equips officers with contemporary tools to complement the de-escalation training that they receive. These tools include plexiglass shields, tasers, less lethal kinetic energy projectiles, and the wrap restraint device. We're also constantly trying to improve the tools available to officers, and we recently began reviewing the BOLA wrap as a potential additional tool. All of these and other tools are examples of physical resources that officers have available to them when they are on a call. Training such as ICAT incorporates the use of these tools within an evolving situation rather than just a how-to on their deployment. Next slide, Chief. Now I'd like to talk to you about some of the technology the Monterey Police Department has implemented. Monterey Police Department has utilized a body-worn camera system since 2017 and a mobile audio video recording system, MAVERS or a dash cam, since 2011. These are manually activated on all enforcement contacts and are automatically activated when an officer turns on his or her emergency lighting equipment. Both the BWC and MAVERS system will be at the end of their life in January of 2023. Monterey Police Department also utilizes a software suite designed for technology-based record tracking of officers. This software tracks our FTO and training programs, our use of force, and soon will track our citizen complaints and collisions. I will finish with talking about our records management system. Our RMS collects and stores all of our staff's written work from police reports to citations. The Monterey Police Department is required to comply with the Racial Identity and Profiling Act in January of 2022. Our current RMS system does not provide an option to collect and report the data required by RIPA. Because of this, we will need a new RMS system next year. And that concludes my portion of this presentation. I thank all of you for your time, and I will now turn it over to CAP member, Officer Amy Ament.
Good evening. Thanks for having me here today to discuss interaction and engagement with the community. To introduce myself, my name is Officer Amy Ament. I've been a police officer with the City of Monterey for just over 5.5 years. Prior to that, I worked in our records department, and prior to that, I was a volunteer with the police department. I'm currently assigned to the community action team, which I've been a part of for the last 4 years, as well as to field training. So what I'm initially going to talk to you about is the outreach programs that the Monterey Police Department offers and interacts with. First is the Multidisciplinary Outreach Team, or MDOT for short. MDOT was created to assist in offering services to individuals who are unhoused or otherwise in need in our community. Specifically, it was created to address homelessness, domestic violence, substance abuse, mental health, and victims of crime who are left disadvantaged. Our team is a combination of social workers and outreach organization representatives combined with the Monterey Police Department CAT team. The CAT team currently has 4 police officers, 2 community service officers, a sergeant, and a lieutenant. So the MDOT team works with the CAT team both here at the police department as well as remotely from their home bases. Currently, each of the members of the MDOT team have an office in the department, but obviously due to COVID restrictions, their offices are empty and anxiously awaiting their return. So we generally do ride-alongs and take MDOT members into the community with us. Some of those practices are still in place, although they're social distancing, so they're not ride-alongs, but we still do coordinate in the field for outreach. The members of the MDOT team, which is the social workers and outreach side, are Montage behavioral health social worker, behavioral health crisis worker through the County of Monterey. They're currently in an on-call only capacity, but they're still available to us. The Veterans Resource Center, the YWCA, domestic violence advocate. When she's here, she also does briefing trainings as well as on-call outreach. She's still available on call as well. Adult Protective Services, who one of our contacts for Adult Protective Services through MDOT is also a part-time community service officer for the Monterey Police Department when that's an active program. Again, COVID changed that slightly, as well as interim. We also have contacts with Gathering for Women, Salvation Army, Sun Street Center, Veterans Transition Center, the Community Hospital of the Monterey Peninsula Emergency Room, and a myriad of other agencies. And most of these agencies are still open in almost full capacity, and they've been extremely valuable to us in completing the outreach to the community members. We collaborate with all these organizations daily based on the needs of the people that our officers are interacting with and what the needs are of the folks in the city. Another thing I wanted to address was the Homeless Exchange meeting. The Homeless Exchange meeting is a monthly meeting with the CAT team, MDOT members, and multiple organizations, some of which I mentioned, including others. And that meeting, although it's now virtual, is a meeting to discuss the needs of the individuals in our community. Members of the CAT team can bring forth names as well as members of the organizations. The purpose of those meetings is to coordinate care, contact, and outreach to the members of the community that are in need. Like I said earlier, it can be homelessness, mental health, substance abuse. If an individual at the gathering is in need of assistance and her social worker can't get a hold of her, then they can request our assistance in locating, contacting, and connecting those individuals. The Homeless Exchange meeting allows organizations to request our help and allows us to help identify the needs of the individuals who we're contacting. The more that we can streamline the process, the less duplicate efforts we have, the more benefit to the community. I'd like to give you guys a couple examples of 2 of the bigger outreach and kind of success stories that the CAT team, MDOT, and the community organizations have had. So the first one is going to be with a woman who had just shy of 100 contacts with the Monterey Police Department, most of those revolving around her substance abuse issue. She's turned down numerous efforts and requests to help her. She continually was arrested or contacted, but declined services, which we continue to offer. And ultimately, she agreed to receive help. We took her to her initial assessment. The police department drove her to her assessment, at Door to Hope in Salinas, where she was placed on a waiting list. We transported her to and from multiple appointments, awaiting entry into a program. After being transported up to Chomp for detox, she was transported to a rehab center in Watsonville. She subsequently left the program and relapsed and was reintegrated into the Bridge program in Pacific Grove. She graduated that program, was successfully sober and working in the retail shop for quite some time before she became involved in a violent relationship and again began abusing alcohol. Monterey Police Department CAT member coordinated with the social worker through Montage Medical. They were able to locate a program with a placement in Santa Barbara. She chose to continue, go back into treatment. She's now currently living in Santa Barbara, sober, working. She has a counselor and a sponsor, and she's still in contact with the CAT team officer who initially actually got her to accept help. And she's doing really well. A second story I wanted to share with you is a family that was living in Laguna Grande Park. The Monterey Police Department CAT team responded to a call for service in Laguna Grande Park of a family living in a tent. We had information on who those individuals were, and we knew that there was a history of drug abuse on the part of the parents. We responded to the park intending to take enforcement action. We got there, and after speaking with the family, police enforcement action wasn't necessary. They were sober, they were simply in need. The CAT team was able to contact the Gathering for Women, who assisted in finding temporary housing at the Hamilton House, which is a live-in transitional resource. Our community service officers purchased an additional car seat to help transport the family and their children and their belongings out of the park and into the transitional housing. Following up, we assisted in taking one of the individuals who was a veteran to follow-up appointments to attempt to help them transition into an area where they could help themselves and take care of themselves. Those were obviously pretty large-scale efforts on the part of the MDOT team, the resources, and the Monterey Police Department. Really, the importance of the outreach and the programs that we have are the tiny everyday victories that we have. Our patrol officers contact people every day and every night. They really are the first contact we have with the community, often in the situations. The patrol officers request information from the individual who they're contacting. Hey, do you want resources? Do you want somewhere to stay? Like, what can we do to help you to better your situation? If the individual wants resources, they collect information, and if it's something that they can help with immediately, we do so. If it's talking about the One Starfish parking program, or if they need advocacy from a domestic violence advocate, we can make those calls for them. If it's going to be a larger scale, they'll gather the information and they'll forward it on to the CAT team. And one of our officers or sergeant will go out, we'll try and coordinate resources, and we'll recontact the individual and start that transition process. What this really gives us is an opportunity to identify the needs of our community. It really needs to be a cooperation between the resources and the police department, or it simply can't be effective. And in my 4 years on this team, I think it's been incredibly effective, and it's been an absolute honor to be a part of this team. I would next like to talk about the Navigator University, which it's a little bit different, but kind of falls under the same umbrella. This was a project that the Monterey Police Department coordinated with the Monterey County Social Services, Gathering for Women, to collaborate and co-teach. What this program does is it provides tools and resources to help police departments focus on homelessness to housed like transitional. It's actually become a post-certified course that other police departments have the option to send their officers or sergeants to, so that they can learn from this program and the individuals that we work with and the co-creators of that project, that class. I would also like to talk about the Community Policing Academy. This is a citizen-based police academy. It's 3 hours a day, once a week for 11 weeks. And I'm going to read some of the individuals that are involved because it's a very long list. The chief, lieutenants, sergeants, officers, records volunteers, fire department, county communication, judges, DAs, and multiple other departments of the city. This class is a forum for open communication. It gives officers and staff the ability to talk to the citizens of the community, to show them what we do, and to give them a hands-on experience as to what each of our daily jobs, daily lives is like. And really the great part about it is it facilitates an exchange of ideas between the citizens in our community and the police department and the other individuals who get to come in and like teach each of our segments about what we do. It gives us an opportunity to talk one-on-one to the citizens in a completely different capacity than we would normally get to. I also wanted to touch on our social media. We have the Monterey Police Department webpage, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The webpage also has the link to the Citizens Academy, if anyone is interested. Monterey.org/police. If you go under the Community Policing Initiative, it gives information on the Police Academy. It's not currently in session right now because of COVID-19, but it'll be back, and we'll all be there teaching, so we'd love to see anyone who's interested. I saw Esther Malkin was on here, and I know she's been, so it'd be great to see you again in there. Going on to the next slide, please, sir. Discussing interaction and engagement, citizen complaints are something that's obviously taken very seriously. The police department has a specific policy and procedure related to receiving, investigating, responding to all of our citizen complaints. In 2016, the police department contracted with an outside consultant to conduct most of the citizen complaints that come in, and our chief of police reviews all complaints and investigations for final disposition. In 2019, the police department received four citizen complaints and 4 department-initiated complaints. 6 were procedural and 2 were force. In 2019, the police department had 57,191 calls for service. The 8 IA complaints that we had represent 0.01% of the entire logged calls for service of the police department. And finally, I'd like to review a demographic comparison of the Monterey Police Department sworn staff versus the city at large. So I'm just going to go straight down. MPD is in blue, City of Monterey is in yellow. Bachelor's degrees, 71% of sworn officers have a bachelor's degree versus 52% in the city. 88% of sworn officers are male, and 52% of individuals in the city are male. 12% of our officers are female versus 49% in the city. For Asian officers, we have 6% versus 7% in the city. Hispanic, 18 versus 17. Black, 4 versus 4. And 71% white officers versus 78% in the city. And that ends my portion of this presentation. Thank you guys for your time. I'm going to pass this back to Chief Over. Thanks.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Ethan. All did an outstanding job with presentations. We hope, the entire Monterey Police Department hopes that our presentation provided everyone watching, not only council, but our community and others that are interested, with information that helps explain some of what we do at the Monterey Police Department to ensure equity in policing. And I would like to conclude with this. Every person that works at the Monterey Police Department made a decision to enter a profession of service to others and feels honored to serve in the capacity of our policing profession. The Monterey Police Department is sworn to uphold the constitutional protections of all and is committed to ensuring fair, impartial, and contemporary equitable justice policing practices. And with that, we would be glad to answer any questions that the council may have, and I will stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Chief Dave, and your staff that are here this evening. Wow. That was really an amazing presentation, very impressive, very informative. I appreciate all of you who are here, and I appreciate the Monterey Police Department. Shall we go to public comment and come back to council for questions and comments? I'm seeing a lot of nodded heads. So if we could do that, please. Let's see, Nat, do we have any public comment after that impressive presentation?
We do have public comment, a few folks who've raised their hands, and we'll start with Jill Johnson, who is here with us, and we'll put the timer on the screen. Welcome, Jill.
Hi, thank you so much for this opportunity to hear about our police department in Monterey. I don't have a question, I really have a kudo, and I just wanted to mention that I participated in the June 9th Black Lives Matter march. And I just want to tell you that our police officers that were there did such a great job. As a marcher, I felt like the police officers were supporting our right for free speech, and they were helpful. I felt because of their presence, it was safe to like actually walk on Lighthouse and not get hit, which was a really cool thing to do. Even if it wasn't the march, it was really fun to walk on Lighthouse. So I just want to thank you guys for everything you do. And I'm really proud to live in a community where I can feel like I can say hello to a police officer at Costco or wave to him on the bike trail, on the rec trail. And I think that's one of the reasons I've chosen to live here. Thanks again.
Great, thank you, Jill. And our next caller is Esther Malkin. So welcome back, Esther.
Hi, everybody. So first, I want to say it's so nice to see all these officers' faces without their masks, because it's been a really long time since I've had a chance to see them. And all of these officers that are here tonight, sergeant, officer, lieutenant, I know before they got promoted up the chain, and it's really, really nice to see them get the acknowledgement and set the tone for our department. So obviously you guys are all tired of hearing about me rage on about the community academy, but you know, it's really a really great way that all of us that have gotten involved have stayed involved and connected with our police department. I can tell you that there have been about 60 people in the classes since I've taken the first one that I did in 2013. And by the way, I have 2 of those coins. And every single person that has taken it always comments how much they enjoyed it and how much they recommend it to other residents of the city. So we become the ambassadors because we get to know these officers and we get to understand what their job is about. The first time I heard the word de-escalation was back in 2013. Nobody was talking about de-escalation on the streets like they are now. And that's because that's been a core of what this department has been doing long before it became an issue and social justice took off and became a buzzword. You know, when I've been out with these officers, I've seen them, I've called them, they treat everybody in this city as a community member. And I remember when Chief Hober was talking about the homeless initially, long time ago when he started, and he came out and said flat out, the homeless are part of our community and we have to treat them that way. And I've seen them go out and they know every one of these homeless people. They know their pets' names. They treat them all with dignity. They know how to not create a situation that could become, you know, problematic. So, you know, you might remember that I was really vocal in not participating in this defund the police movement because I refused to let anybody lump together our police department with what was going on with police departments that were having problems, because we don't have that problem. And I just, you know, it really is important to me for everybody out there to know that these guys are exemplary police officers and police department. And we are very lucky to have them. And I will also tell you that A number of people obviously did not stay on this call that long, but emails did go out. I hope you guys get to see them because there is a lot of support for these guys. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Esther. All right. So I believe that's all for public comment. No other hands raised on this great presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Good, thank you. We appreciate Jill and Esther hanging in there with us and their positive feedback, something that I hear throughout the community. Council comments or questions, please? Let's start with Councilmember Dan.
Thank you.
And we'll go to Alan next.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think that it's not surprising to me that what you presented today isn't what we already see in our community. So I really appreciate everyone that's here, and I definitely appreciate our police department. One question I do have, well, I've got a couple, but I'll just work on one, and that's the selection process. It seems like I've been through selection processes with teachers and administrators and the educational process, and there's been quite a few vetting going on in selecting teachers. I'm just wondering, you folks have been in other departments or other, not departments, but other cities. Is this selection process like all other departments, or is this unique to us? I'm just curious on that.
Thank you, council member. So I guess I would explain that this way. There's a baseline. And so some things are mandated through post. In a lot of what we do, the baseline is what we get from post. I will tell you that different departments are different, and especially if you get outside of California, because now you don't have the baseline that post is. The way that I call it raise, but the way my professional raising has always been is that we always have very high standards and we don't lower those standards. Sometimes that hurts a little bit because we need people. And especially now, it's hard for us to find people. But a core belief of mine is that I will not reduce the standards that we have when we're looking for police officers. And there's all kinds of different things that we're looking for in people. But we're looking for people that have the core bases of which we have spoken, of ethics and service and wanting to help. So hopefully that kind of answers the question. I will say this. I don't think there's any other vetting program like being a police officer in California anywhere. I don't know of any job that vets people the way that we do in policing and specific to our organization.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. The last, it was more of a comment than it is a question, how impressed I am with the demographics that you showed at the end, how it reflects our community. I was actually kind of surprised. I think that's wonderful that you can recruit that the majority or the minority of officers that would reflect the city of Monterey. So that just tells you a little bit more about our process of picking officers. So I think that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Allen, please.
First of all, thank you to our chief and to all the officers who presented. It was very informative. I just wanted to highlight what I see as some positives. First of all, I think our MDOT team and our CAT team are real models for other communities. I think that's outstanding. I think our recruitment and training program is outstanding. The ethnic diversity of our force and how it reflects our community is appropriate. The fact that the DA investigates use of force complaints, I think, is appropriate and proper, and I think should give the public comfort that that's being handled appropriately. The early adoption of the 6 pillars, the Obama 6 pillars and the 8 can't wait policies is proper and excellent. the use of force standards and basically the ethos that our police force puts the community first. We're all about making sure that people feel safe. That's absolutely essential, and I'm pleased with that. A couple of things I would like to see in the future. Well, first of all, I think the information about the complaints, both in general and then the use of force relative to how many calls we get, is an indication that our police force is doing the right thing broadly. I don't see any evidence of a systemic problem. But I do think it would be helpful both for council and for the public to see this kind of report, maybe in a more not quite so, it doesn't necessarily have to be this big every year, but I think an annual report of this sort that would include the use of force complaints, the complaints, and the outcomes. I think that would be helpful for people. So I'd like to see something like this on a smaller scale as just an annual update. I think in terms of our force demographics, we're doing a great job. And I really know that Chief Hober has made recruiting high quality recruits a priority. I would like to see greater representation of women on our force. And I've seen evidence before that when you have, one or two people who may not be the majority of a particular group in a room, it makes it more difficult. When you have a few more, it makes it more comfortable for people. So I'd like to see that, but I realize it's a difficult recruiting is a challenging thing. Let's see, there was one other thing. Oh yeah, the Lexapol. So I understand that's a good thing, but the one thing, Chief, that just kind of makes me wonder about is, do we as policymakers maybe not pay as much attention to the policies because Lexapol is kind of doing it for us? So I guess I'm wondering too, and I appreciate your thoughts, would that be appropriate, again, maybe on an annual basis, to get an update on what are some of the key policy changes that have come through Lexapol? What was it before? What is it now? Because ultimately, policing is a local thing. It's about our local values and the people that we entrust with police powers, which are awesome and essential powers, so that we don't have people taking up arms and trying to enforce the law on their own, which is not good. So we entrust you with those powers, but we need to know what those policies are and how they've changed. So I think that would be really helpful to see, maybe again on an annual basis, what some of the critical Lexapol changes are. So those are my thoughts, and thank you for the report, and thank you to all of the people on the Monterey Police Department force for your hard work.
Can I just respond to that, council member? So I absolutely agree with all that you've said. And I think you've been to, before COVID, some of our presentations. And one of the things that I always like to talk about is Peter Parker's uncle, who was Spider-Man, said that with great power comes great responsibility. And a little further research into that, because I might pay attention to comics, I learned that I believe it was Abraham Lincoln that originally came up with a version of that. And that is one of our great beliefs, that we have great power, we understand that, and with that comes great responsibility. So I thank you for reinforcing that. Everything that you said, the information about complaints and use of force, absolutely. We do an annual report that we started about 2 years ago. I try to do those monthly reports, but we absolutely can include that information there. And if you'd like an oral report, that's fine too. And we'll include that. I absolutely agree, greater representation of not only women, but of all protected class. I'd love to see more of that. And you hit on a great point. I'm looking for good human beings that can do this job and pass that background. And the more representation that I can have, the more I want of that. And so I absolutely would like to do that. In regard to Lexipol and policies, I will point out that all of our policies are online. That's mandated through the legislature. I think that's a great thing. So anytime that we update our policies, you can just go to the Monterey Police Department website. There's a button, and those are shown there. And certainly, I can talk about highlights. Obviously, there's about, I think, 1,000 pages of policy, if not more. And little things in our policy gets changed. Some of the high points that we talked about today were those use of force issues. And when I first came here, some of the first things that I looked at were our use of force issues and our pursuit policies, as well as some others. But there's some key factors in things that we're looking at. So certainly we could update as well some of those changes to policy. And what you say about Lexipol, you're right. A lot of that stuff, though, doesn't have significant change, even if they change little things, because there's so many policies covering all kinds of things. But I don't, with those critical policies, I don't just accept. I review those, I contemplate them, but I also will tell you that I have a lot of confidence in Lexipol. As I related, one of the founders of Lexipol is a part of POST and their use of force. They are very integrated and want to make sure that they, for their business, they want to make sure that they are doing the right thing for policing to get us to where we need to be. So I absolutely pay attention to all those. I don't just accept, but I also have a lot of confidence in what they do with that. So thank you for all of that.
Well, thanks so much. Councilmember Tyler.
Yeah, so I concur with my colleagues that spoke so far. Really just impressed by the police department that we have, led by Police Chief Hober. Just been readily available to answer questions and be in support of the needs and the questions that we've had as a council. And I just like to specifically point out Lieutenant Pincus, and I haven't had too many interaction with the rest of the officers as much as Pincus. But what I'll say is within the city of Monterey, if Pincus is a representation of our police department, I'm proud to have the department that we have, because there's a level of professionalism, and you might come in with a preconceived idea of what you might think of police, but if you are open to having that conversation, even if you're not open to that mindset, I think from the moment that he opens his mouth, it provides a level of comfort and professionalism. So I just want to give you kudos, Officer Pincus, and all the rest of you. I really appreciate everybody coming here today and providing this presentation. I just kind of wanted to bounce an idea off of what Alan was saying in regards to an annual presentation. This is something that to Hans about a little bit, and I just wonder if there could be the idea of moving forward a dashboard where some of this information can be easily viewable and accessible to the public on an ongoing basis. So that way we can always direct somebody to the data and something that's easily digestible for the public. One of the things that I think about as I reflect on the experiences over the last year and in the presentation that was just given is how do we best utilize and maximize the use of our police officers, and on the other side, how can we go even further to de-escalate or prevent situations from occurring, right? So I absolutely agree that I think that we are at the very forefront. I don't have much to compare it to because it's not like I travel around the country all the time, but I imagine that we are amongst the front in the country, if not in the world. Seriously, like I think that from what I hear, how thorough this is, how professional the presentation in the report that was given, I imagine that we are somewhere leading there in that space. But how can we be at the forefront? And that's kind of one of the things that I think about in all aspects of city government and the work that we do. How can we maintain that space? And so how can the idea here is how can we further support efforts to de-escalate situations and focus police investments in areas that are most essential. And so I'm wondering if there's space here to look at removing some of that responsibility that we put on the police department in leveraging other resources, which also might help de-escalate some situations or creating an environment from being elevated in the first place. I imagine that it happens less so here, but just like any system, I think there's always a way for incidents to occur. And so how can we better cushion that to prevent it? And also focusing police efforts in areas that are most critical and essential that only they can do. I'm also hopeful with the new legislation that's being looked at, right? So the RIPA that was talked about, the use of force and the transparency. I think that it's a great thing for us to see these types of things moving forward, and how they get fleshed out and actually implementable in the real world. It will be interesting to see, but I think the fact that these things are actively being worked on is a great thing, again, for us to keep us at the forefront. One of the things that we talked about, so if some recall from the conversation a while back, Councilmember Hoffa and I hosted a social justice town hall after the incidents that happened earlier this year. And there was some recommendations or outcomes that came from that. And one of them that I thought was most interesting and that picked up some level of conversation from staff and council was the idea of hosting some town halls. And so I think that those would be helpful and a good way to acknowledge that there's still some feelings out there, and finding ways of working with the community to be able to answer some questions and give some information, right? Because I imagine that a lot of people don't understand the depth of what goes into being a police officer, particularly within the city of Monterey. And so some of those things that I'll throw out too, some of the other things that came out of that as far as recommendations. So transparency and accountability, the idea of a human relations commission or maybe council reviewing cases. And by the way, I'm not saying that I think this is something that we should do, but I think it's something that could be discussed and that there were ideas that were put out there. So more details about incidents, which again, I see that happening with some of the legislation. What doesn't require a police officer's response that currently ties up our police officers. So I had kind of mentioned this when we were doing the budget discussions earlier this year, but the idea of looking at all of our 911 calls that currently require a police response, right? So can we do an evaluation of that? And maybe it's nothing, right? But I think that doing that process and having the public be part of that conversation is would be helpful. One of the other things that I thought was interesting that came out of that was regarding the beats. And this could be a question that the police chief could answer after, but is there racial, is there training based on the beats regarding specific race issues, right? So different communities have different makeups of races, right? I imagine that there's a lot more diversity in certain parts of town than others. And is there training specifically for officers that go into those beats versus some of the other ones? And then there was just other areas. I think just that space to have those conversations in the town halls will be critically important. Another thing that I think is just going to be critically important as we have these conversations moving forward is just regional collaboration. So again, we're at the forefront here. I love the fact that we're doing things with MDOT. But I think I believe there are 7 police departments on the peninsula. And I think that there's a lot of space for continued collaboration, and what does that look like moving forward, particularly when we're talking about responses, if we're able to remove some of the responses from police and find alternative means. I think regional collaboration is really important, because most residents here don't think about when they cross over from one city to the next. So two kind of more points here, and I think the last one's more of a question, but once the city manager gives his report, because that was part of the resolution as well, I think it's important for us to move forward with revising the resolution so that it can better capture the spirit we wish to achieve in our policy making decisions. So I think we did a good foundation with putting these requests in, but I think making sure that we have a document that is thorough and that really captures, when we have these conversations in the future about diversity, inclusion, and equity, that we have a document that we can reference so that we can base our policy decisions off of that. And okay, so the last point, or more of a question, is I know that there's a space on the website that identifies the trainings that are provided, but is there a space where folks can go to learn more about the details of those trainings? And then a last kind of point with this is I also wonder, I know that there's the LGBTQ plus training that's done by, provided by the DA, which is local, but I wonder, and it's just me thinking out loud, this idea could probably help with building relationships with organizations too, local organizations, but could it benefit us by having trainings provided by local organizations, particularly around diversity, equity, and inclusion, so that it's focused on our local population as opposed to some kind of general broad thing. So anyways, I'll end there. Thank you again all for coming. I appreciate the work that you do.
So I heard a lot of information, and I don't think those were necessarily questions to me, but I did hear two questions, I think. One was about the beats. So and let me just back up. Somebody pointed out to me that I didn't thank Lieutenant Bruno for his presentation. That wasn't on purpose. I actually thanked him at the end of his presentation. Then when I got to the end of the next part, I thanked the other three. But I thank all you folks. You did phenomenal work. And I just want to brag a little bit about the folks that I get to work with. I feel honored. And you see what a great job they do and what great human beings they are. So I really just appreciate all that the Monterey Police Department is, and really that's the people that work here. Getting back to that question about beats, Monterey, it's a little bit different in some areas, but our officers go all over the place, and so all of the training for the entire police department, it equates to everything that they're doing. And sometimes there is thought about having a certain officer do a certain thing or have a certain officer respond to a certain thing. My perspective on that is, I would hope that every officer that I have is able to do everything that every other officer is. Doesn't mean those officers have the understanding of growing up in the shoes of another officer, but hopefully they all are understanding that here's the bottom line: you serve everybody, and you need to treat everybody with dignity and respect, no matter where they are in the city. And Monterey is smaller, and some of the ideas I think that you're talking about, those are true in other entities. A lot of what the President's Task Force on 21st Policing talks about is it needs to fit your community. And I think in our community, some of those other things, just to touch on one of the other things that you brought up a couple of times, has to do with the issues surrounding using police officers in other areas and letting other folks do some of those works. And we've done research into cahoots up in Eugene. There was a group here that was looking at a group called HERO. I believe that in our community, what we're doing with the ability to use MDOT leverages everything that we have. So Amy talked about the fact that we have officers that are always in connection with people 24 hours a day, and they then can refer to these people that they aren't just people that we call on a phone. We know those people by name. We know their families. And so there's a huge connection and synergy by having those people in our police department, not so that we have to go out with them to do things. They go out by themselves sometimes. But because of our 24-hour ability to be dealing with things, we have connectivity to everybody in this community because it's so small. And by doing that, we then can refer people to social services that before we had this program, they weren't being utilized the way that they can be utilized now. And so I think that what we've established here with MDOT is a great way to incorporate cahoots and those ideas that we hear in other places here in Monterey. And I'll just say this too, that sometimes you want to look at how other people are doing things, and that's great. And that was part of one of our dynamics, always assessing. We try to do that all the time to bring the best of what we see in other places and fit it to the city of Monterey based on the relationship that we have with the community and what they want. And so that gets to your point of talking to people. We absolutely love talking to people, and we absolutely want to talk to people. And this isn't just about the police department saying we're going to do this. We want a relationship that is working together to let us know what are the things that they want and need. And with that, I will stop. Hopefully I touched on the main points that you were asking, Council Member.
Good, thanks, Chief. Thanks, Tyler. Let's go to Ed, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. First off, thank you all for the presentations. And I wrote down here Jake and Mike and Ethan and Amy and the Chief, and what a great team that you've assembled tonight. But there's a lot of other folks that are not on here tonight that are also part of that team. So thank you to everybody. I'm just going to go down the list of some notes that I wrote that I think are tying back to things that are significant for me. Love the success stories, because I know that behind those success stories, there are hundreds of other contacts that you have great stories that ended well. We know that MDOT and all the officers are dealing with also people that have dependencies, alcohol, and sometimes their worst day. And so the success stories, there are many more, but thank you very much, Amy, for those. Look at the number of complaints to the over 57,000 calls for service. And I look at the math and I realize those are exceptionally low. And in all things, I think the department, the members, and the leadership, you're exceeding on all benchmarks of professionalism and conduct and oversight. So I just would say that my observations from having contact with many other police departments, I'm very proud of this agency, and it is a standout agency that, bar none, you guys and gals are good. You really are good, and you serve us so well. Also, I wanted to say that, the health and safety and wellness of our community starts with the idea and the thought that safe and clean. And we have both. And we are exceptionally safe because of the dedication of our public safety, both police and fire, and all the other moving parts behind that support you. And I'm talking about code enforcement and records. And you've also got folks that are detention officers that have to do the booking and transport. There's a lot of things that's behind the scenes that the public may not see, but it's a big team. And tonight we got to hear a lot of great things about how that team comes together and the guiding principles of the service and honorable approach to the community members, and that includes all. It's dynamic, it's robust, your efforts are robust, you're responsive to all. Very, very pleased to hear what I heard tonight. Chief, especially the details of what we heard tonight. This is just not a bunch of stuff on paper. This is aligned with mission, values, and the fact that you get the conduct of employees that align with the ethos. This is exceptional. and I observed that. There was a comment about authority and power, and I don't want to dwell on that a lot, but there's the statutory authority, and then we recognize that those that are in our public safety positions do have power. But I understand where you're all coming from, because I believe what you're saying is that you view power as a gift that you judiciously and carefully use your authority when it's necessary. You're all servants. Thank you very much for all you do. Awesome job tonight.
Well said, and I would simply reiterate and reinforce what our council shared. A couple things came to mind as you were making your presentations. One of which, I think it was Officer Amy who talked about how you approach a situation or a call. And I was thinking, that's a good psychological study, and it's also a good way to handle all of our relationships. If you see someone, it could be a spouse or a child, and say, how are you doing? Give them options. What do you think? What can we do together? It's not a great thing for our police to ask folks who have called them, and isn't that a good thing, especially when I think about my teenagers, who are in their 50s now, by the way. And what a great way not only to approach policing, but just to approach how we live life. Then I've had the opportunity to go to some of the awards ceremonies, and I also, just hearing tonight, the things that we ask our police to do. Not only do we ask this incredible training, but I can remember anecdotes where our police are talking a teenager off a roof because he was suicidal. Or tonight we heard about a fire where the police went in and said there was a fire and thought, you know what? I think there's a lady in there. And he rescues her. And how many medical calls do the police and fire both reply to? We think about that. Neighborhood associations. When you come to neighborhood associations, a lot of times it's traffic and parking and speeding. And the bars close at 2 a.m. Well, we don't have to worry about that right now. And then you get calls about animals. Then you get calls about people, as you pointed out, with cognitive impairment, or maybe some drugs, or someone who maybe has fentanyl in their system that can be transferred to your police officers through the skin. Then I think about the children and domestic abuse, MDOT that you're helping with, or a lot of times neighborhoods are worried about drug houses. So all of the things that we ask you to do, and you do professionally with compassion, is just absolutely amazing. And then I'm always struck when I go to the award ceremonies and I see the families. Our police officers are human beings. And we actually ask you to perform beyond human beings. We ask you not to be emotional. We ask you to always be detached, always put someone else before you. That's asking a lot. Then we ask your families to deal with being out at night. Are you going to come home? Are you safe? You are appreciated. All right, city manager. After that really fantastic presentation, council insights, we're actually going to go on to our next agenda item. We look forward to, as suggested, hearing from you annually and more often as you wish. So thank you, everyone. So Mr. City Manager, let's have an update on COVID-19. And if our police officers have other things to do, we certainly will understand if they want to get home to those families we talked about.
I think that noise is coming from your house, Mayor.
What, the click click?
Yeah, I hear it. I hear it.
I heard a click. Hey, my dog's behaving herself.
Yeah, I think it's an internet. It's an internet sort of a noise. Just a bad signal tonight.
Oh, it just could be a bad signal, yeah.
All right, Mr. Mayor, council members, this is hopefully the last COVID-19 update for 2020 that I am sharing with you tonight.
Yeah, good luck, man.
Thank you, sir. We are 277 days since we declared our local emergency, and the media briefing this morning with the governor had the governor quote, "There's a light at the end of the tunnel, but we are still in the tunnel," and I think that sums it very nicely up where we are right now. I will have a brief COVID-19 update. The governor issued in a few weeks ago a stay-at-home order. He defined new regions that are based now on ICU availability. The city of Monterey is in the Bay Area region. Our health officer issued a stricter stay-at-home order and issued that actually on Sunday night at 10 p.m. Effective, and it will be in effect until 11 January at 6 a.m. The new restrictions that are in place, again, are steps backwards instead of forward. Outdoor dining had to close. We had to close Veterans Campground, etc., etc. There are a bunch of businesses that are now working at reduced capacity, and we are adjusting to all of that. Today, Montage Health reported the highest number of COVID-19 positive patients in the hospital today. The ICU capacity of CHOMP was this morning that one bed was available and the rest of the beds were occupied with COVID-19 patients as well as other patients who require intensive care. A total of 35 positive patients right now in the community hospital of the Monterey Peninsula. So we are in the beginning of the spike. It's a general understanding right now, also from the local health professionals, that the spike has started, and we are seeing those numbers right now. And again, it is our predominant task to stay cautious with all measures that are required and recommended to abide by. What we have implemented, outdoor dining accommodations. Right now, parking in the waterfront parking lot is completely free because we are implementing the last phase of our automated parking system. But once we have that completed in the next couple of days, we will offer 1 free hour of parking for all visitors. That will allow anyone to visit the waterfront and enjoy outdoor pickup dining, pick up a meal at the various restaurants. Canary Row, we have converted paid parking spaces to 12-minute pickup zones. And Old Town, we have assessed that there's ample parking available. Our objective, especially now, is to keep our city employees, keep our first responders safe. This is from the governor's press meeting today. ICU capacity in the Bay Area is at 15.6%. But what the governor also stated that the modeling over the past 6-7 months has become alarmingly accurate, and statewide we are reaching surge capacity. And he gave two interesting numbers. 2 weeks ago we had about 15,000 cases per day. Today we have, 2 weeks later, about 30,000 cases per day. So the caseload doubled in 2 weeks. Another interesting statement that he gave us, that the 14%, and that was actually Dr. Gully, the public health secretary, 60% or 14% of California's population is 60 years and older, yet they represent 80% of all fatalities. And also 40% of people who infect others might be asymptomatic. So let's talk about the vaccination that is going on right now. The state of California is working on a prioritization right now. There is no prioritization defined to the smallest detail yet. Right now, healthcare workers and folks living in assisted living facilities are the first ones who are getting vaccinated. 327,000 doses have been received on Monday. Tomorrow there is another expectation of 400,000 more Pfizer vaccines arriving, and then next week they expect something a little bit over 1 million dosage coming from the Moderna vaccination that is being approved hopefully by the end of this week. Just to compare those numbers, so if you add this all up, it's about 1.7 million dosage. We have about 3 million folks working in the healthcare sector that are falling under the first tier right now. That gives you a kind of a perspective also. The state has not figured out yet or recommended who is next in line for the prioritization. This morning I read a briefing that summarized all those that have said we want to be next after the healthcare workers and the folks living in the assisted living facilities. And these included, of course, first responders. It included essential workers, including farm workers. It also included the CEO of Uber Eats, who said that the drivers of Uber Eats are also essential workers and have important supply functions. So the state is currently taking a step back and says is recommending a bottom-up approach. And what they mean by that is that they basically recommend that the counties, the 58 counties, stick their head together with various groups and discuss what we think here on a county level should be the prioritization of future vaccinations. And again, the first tier has been figured out. First tier is called 1A in the vaccination, and now the state will give some guidance to the counties. And then from what I understood today, under tier 1B, a lot of the prioritization will then be determined on a local level. And there are some pros and cons of that because, again, you can see that counties are different. There are different areas also in counties, as we have seen here with respect to the Monterey Peninsula and to Salinas Valley. So there is some wisdom in that. I really hope that the governor and his team will provide clear guidance, hopefully by Thursday. We have kicked into gear again our LESP. We still have funding from the Titan funds available. It's around $275,000. Businesses that can apply for another round of grants. They must be located though within the Tidelands because we are based on the availability of the funds. They have to be spent within the Tidelands. We contacted actually last week the Chamber of Commerce in expectation of a potential stay-at-home order, and with that, of course, some more dire need among the businesses. So we contacted the Chamber last week to restart that program. And so the grant program will go back into an action mode, and $275,000 are still available. The emergency rental program becomes, how shall I say it, is still in high demand. We have characterized it as need is increasing. We have 20 applications this month so far. We spent around $491,500. The number that I reported the last time to you was 165. Now we are at 191 total number of renters assisted. We still have over $340,000 there. We get referrals from 211 quite a lot. Other agencies, neighboring agencies had rental assistance programs that were categorized up to $30,000 in total funding or so. They were really, compared to ours, startup rental assistance programs and have been completely exhausted. So right now, our program is still alive and well, and we are considering to first of all, carefully monitor our expenditures in the rental assistance program, and then potentially adjust the funding model to increase funding with new monies that we need to identify, potentially amend our housing action plan. So we are very much conscientious of that, and we are looking already at ways of continuing the emergency rental assistance program. And of course, I highlighted that we are tracking the eviction moratorium. We see that state elected official Chu has some legislation brought forward, but we will keep an eye out on possible state action. But we will be well prepared to propose measures to the council should the state not come through, and we will do that at a time frame that will be allowing us sufficient time to react should the state be not capable of providing a continuation and protection for renters. There is a new app out there that is called the California Notify. You can stop the spread. It's a contact tracing app. It is available for Android phones as well as for Apple phones, and it is, as far as I understand, assuring complete anonymity if you're signing up for that, and it's one of those technical tools that has been proven successful in other parts of the world where they were able to tame COVID-19 a lot better than we are capable here in California or the United States. With that, I conclude my presentation and ask if you have any questions.
Well, good. Thank you, Hans, for the update. Council questions?
Just one quick question. If we could put it in sometime in the January or February, an update from planning on the process of the local coastal plan. Just wondering, and I know not trying to ramp up anything, but just wondering, where that might be on the timeline for the local coastal area plan.
Got it. Nat, is there any public comment?
We do not have any public comment, and we've had the lower third caption up, so we're in good shape.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you, Hans. Council comments? Anyone want to start?
I think Alan was up first.
Okay. Councilmember Allen.
Yeah, I had two things I wanted to talk about. I asked the city manager to share with you all some data on Monterey Peninsula Unified School District and some disturbing data about growing homelessness with the kids in the district. So for folks out there in the public who didn't see this data, basically from August of 2019 through May of 2020, the school district saw a doubling of the number of kids who were homeless or basically home insecure,
right.
Home insufficient. And in the city of Monterey, in terms of raw numbers, it went from about 150 students to over 300 in the city of Monterey. And so that undoubtedly was because of the onset of COVID. So I just wanted to share with folks, and we hope that the state will extend the moratorium. And if it doesn't, I hope the council will again consider that in January. Also, to any folks who out there who are listening, who are experiencing housing challenges, as the city manager just mentioned, please go to the city of Monterey's housing department and look into our rental assistance program if you are in need of help. The second thing I wanted to talk about also has to do with MPUSC. We've heard a lot from folks who live near the high school who are concerned about the proposed renovations at Dan Albert Senior football field and the athletic facilities there. And I certainly understand your concerns, but I wanted to highlight a couple things. Number one, just not that many years ago, a dozen years ago or so, 10, 15 years ago, there were people in the school district who were talking about closing Monterey High down. They wanted to have one big high school for the whole district out in Marina. And we fought really hard to keep Monterey High open. And, if we were to lose Monterey High, it would have a tremendous impact on our community, on our kids, and on people's property values as well. Having high quality schools in our community is a benefit to all of us. And as an educator, I know that having quality athletic programs and quality extracurricular programs is important for kids' well-being and development, for their motivation, for their health. It's also important for the community and culture on a high school campus. So I think the school district reached out to parents and asked them and kids, what do you want? This is what they wanted. We've had an election. We've had a lot of dialogue. We've had an EIR. And I think folks need to go to the school district and work with the school district. We heard from the superintendent tonight, and I think they want to build this in a way that is neighborly and is responsible. I read the EIR, and I could be wrong, but I think basically you're talking about 16 nights a year when there's going to be events going on there at night. And most nights, the lights are going to be off by 8 p.m. They're trying to add additional parking to address the parking concerns. So I just would encourage folks to work with the school district to try to find ways to mitigate their concerns. And I believe you're going to find folks there who want to work with you. But if you're just saying no, I don't think that's good for our community. I don't think that's good for kids. And I don't think it's ultimately the way we should be going. So I just wanted to share that. And I hope we as a city will do what we can to work with the school district to implement their plans in a responsible way. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Councilmember Ed?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I was going to actually address the EIR, and I'll just briefly, not to double up, but just say that thank you very much to staff and the city manager for getting off the response to the school district as a result of going through the EIR. And I appreciate the citizens that are sending us all emails that are giving us their opinion about the impacts of the execution of the plan. So I appreciate that. So keep it coming. And they're really on both sides. So we really appreciate hearing from everybody. Just really, I want to say, really enjoyed tonight's presentations. Everything from the financial, to some of the stuff we would call, the business of the city, but also the policing values and the methodology. Just really appreciated a deep dive in that material. I was struck by looking back at some old numbers of the number of employees that the city had that were full-time. And I think just last year we were north of about 420 full-time. And now we're hovering at about 378 in full-time employees. And so for the variety of things that have to be done, just one little snapshot we heard tonight was the police department, not the fire department, just the police department answers 57,000 calls. So multiply the calls for service, the broken benches, a pothole, long grass that has to be mowed, a tree that's down. storm drains that have to be cleared. It just goes on and on. So a number of things keep this city safe and clean with some very valued employees. So I really appreciate all the employees that we have that serve our community. With that, I wish all of our employees and the community Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And I hope everybody has a great break and celebrates the time with their family, wearing their mask whenever they go to get the ham or the turkey at the grocery store, of course, but have a wonderful holidays.
Thank you, Ed. Councilmember Tyler, council comments?
Yeah, no, I just kind of wanted to share with everybody, sending off a happy holidays as well. It's obviously going to be a tough one for everybody this year, and not being able to spend time with family and loved ones and friends. At least we're hoping that you're not doing that, because we're going into a period of the pandemic that we're seeing amongst the highest numbers ever since the pandemic began, and just don't want folks to get complacent just because there's the vaccine out, that it's not going to prevent people from getting sick and overcrowding our hospitals, and preventing our healthcare workers from being able to provide the care that's needed to the most essential folks. So anyways, happy holidays to everybody. Please take care of yourselves, and lots of appreciation for our staff. I agree with Ed full-heartedly about the presentations that have been given today, and just the dialogue. It was, I think, a perfect way to end a council meeting for the year, and just wishing the community happy holiday season.
Thank you, Councilmember Dan.
Thank you. Alan, Councilmember Hoffa, you sent chills up my spine when you said about closing Monterey High School. That's kind of a scary thought, to be honest with you.
No.
But when you listen to PK, our superintendent, he talked a little about the history of what's happened to Monterey High School. In 2010, as he mentioned, our first bond, the whole idea was to fix the infrastructure of Monterey High. And we've been doing that for 10 years. And as a matter of fact, actually adding a building, but all the HVAC has been completed. We've done most of the plumbing. We've completed, the school district has completed ADA requirements. Anything that's really left at that school is more athletic involved. That's the last of all the renovations at Monterey High School, and that's what they're getting to now. So they've done a lot at Monterey High School, even though some people don't see it as much because it's infrastructure more than anything else. So I just wanted to bring that up because I think that was a very important point that the superintendent talked about tonight. The other thing is I didn't get a chance to comment on a consent item because we were flowing so smoothly through consent that I didn't want to bring it up, but I do want to bring it up. And that was item 12, and that's recognizing Arbor Week. Arbor Week, I have a personal connection to that because when I was an activities director at Monterey High, every Arbor Week, our staff, city staff would come up and plant a tree with our activities class. And we have close to, actually that started back in the late, early 80s. And so we have close to 15 trees on the city, on the school district that was planted through the Arbor Week. And I think that's a great program and it should be continued. And I'm really proud that the city continues doing that. And once again, happy holidays to everybody and stay safe and healthy. And see you in a month.
And go Doors, right?
Yeah, go Doors.
Go Doors. Good. I'll just add my my agreement of taking care of the city that we love and taking care of each other. That's what it's all about. City Manager, comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will use a little time, and I just want to apologize beforehand. The one data point I wanted to share with you is we talked about the police today a lot, so let me talk about the fire department very briefly. here's the statistics that speaks for itself and talks also about climate change and what we have to do. This year alone, we spent the equivalent of 2.4 years or 20,668 hours of work time on fires, 39 fire sites in the state of California. At one time, we had 19 personnel out, which is 25% of our fire department. The deployments were all so successful, and all of our firefighters came back home and safe, which is the most important part. Lauren spoke about the reimbursements that we will receive from the state for that. The reimbursements are somewhere in the area of $1.8 million. That includes their reimbursement for the equipment. And I will come back to you at a later point of time suggesting that some of the funds that we have received for the reimbursement for equipments will be invested in a new wildland fire engine, because the one that we have is on its last tire, so to speak, and needs to be replaced. But again, over 20,600 hours where our firefighters were working in various parts of the state. The other number I want to share with you is progress. A progress report about what you have done at Council. You spent a total of 136 hours in the chamber this year. We brought forward to you 419 agenda reports, which included 69 public appearances, 33 public hearings. We held 4 workshops, we held 4 study sessions, and you met 70 times on closed session topics. We passed over 193 resolutions, and with the help of all of you, you changed the lives of our residents by passing 26 ordinances that help them to live a higher, better quality of life. So thank you all for this hard work. And my last remark goes out to you, the council. It goes to the staff, and it goes to our community. We all have worked very collaboratively together, but this year was probably the most challenging, eventful year in the history of our lives, and probably also in the history of the city of Monterey. And I think we should be all particularly proud of our accomplishments. And I think also the generations before us, who have dealt with the fate of the city for the past 250 years, probably also will be proud of what you, the council, has accomplished. And I'm very grateful for you, our council. You have led us carefully through those times. You have challenged when it was appropriate to challenge. And you have done an outstanding job also together with, of course, our staff and the community to get us to the point where we are today. The work hasn't been done with respect to the pandemic, but I think to close with the governor's word, there's light at the end of the tunnel, even though we're still a little bit in the tunnel. So with that, I wanted to thank you personally for all the work that you have done, Council. And wishing you a happy holidays.
Very nicely said, Hans, thanks. And back at you as well as the staff. So we'll adjourn with the idea of keeping Monterey a special place to live, work, and visit. Good night, everybody.
Merry Christmas all.